Peace, peace, peace. Hopefully everybody had a moment to digest. Hopefully everybody had a moment to digest all of that crap. All of that crap that they consumed yesterday. I'm going to tell you what we did. Well, really, it's what we do on a regular, right? But since the children didn't have any school yesterday, let me make sure my mic is on. Okay. Since the children didn't have any school yesterday, we got the chance to eat super early. Like normally we eat dinner about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock the latest. But yesterday we ate early in the afternoon, right? So even any pure madness that we had was knocked out super early. Now, right now we live super early because I'm trying to get around the globe, trying to reach some folks on the other side in some other countries. My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own. So we're going to try out a new concept. I was instructed by some Amazon folks to try out a new concept for books. It's called virtual book signing. It's called a virtual book signing. So seeing as today is Black Friday, and you've always got to do something to mix it up on Black Friday, I said, okay, well, we're going to get up early. We're going to go to bed early, get up early, and then we're going to do a surprise virtual book signing, which basically is you read your books. And we have more than enough books to read, right? So we're reading books. So most people will probably see this video. Most people will probably see this video when they get up and go, EnQi, you must have lost your mind. It's okay. This is Amazon author sales, Amazon author sales. I don't even know what to call it, but you join these little training classes and they tell you what to do. So don't judge me, okay? All right, so the first book, we're going to try to do a couple of books if possible. I'm not reading the whole book. We're just going to read through some of these books and see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. If, we get some good reviews, then we'll do some more of these, right? Maybe even do some and mix it up and open the floor. But I just want to see how, see the energy, right? And because today's Black Friday. What better day, right? What we are going to do for Black Friday, though, is we're going to do a sale with the detox kits, because I want to do a cholesterol points challenge. So that's something that we're definitely going to get into. In fact, let me write that down. So I'll put that in the background. People can see that. Right. All right. So people can see that, and it'll be in your mind, right? But we have a protocol in the Speak It Into Existence trying to look around and see if I have that book. I might not even have that book yet. But that's what I want to do for December, rolling into January. A cholesterol challenge, right? A cholesterol challenge. So in the heart disease book, we have the protocol. So yes, you kind of need the book to participate, right? You kind of need the book to participate. It's a very easy, like super easy trick to drop your cholesterol, right? It does involve, our normal program: exercise, water, your detox kit, right? Which is why I put the detox kit on 50% off for the weekend, or we'll see how it goes. But to make it easier, I wish that I could have, like if I could have put the book on sale as well, but I feel like putting the kit on sale, like taking $100 off of the detox kit. We take $100 off of the detox kit, right? So I think that's a pretty good deal, right? But anyway, let's get into this book signing thing and see how this works. All right, so we're starting off with the Let There Be Music book. Man, I feel like I need some music or something. This is crazy. I feel very awkward. You had to know this book was coming. Small and humble. At least that was my intention when I first started writing the book. Right? That was my intention. This book will be much more a collection of reference material than me or than my freestyle writing or opinions. My gold teeth, I have been told, invalidate any possible intellectual prowess I may have. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Daniel chapter 12, verse 3. Please read this book with a Bible in hand. Melanin research indicate that melanin can convert mechanical energy, such as sound vibrations, into vibrational energy, which can then transition into electromagnetic energy. This process involves complex interactions where the vibrational modes of the melanin molecules could resonate and emit energy in the form of electromagnetic waves, typically in the infrared or light spectrum. Melanin research shows that melanin is effective at absorbing electromagnetic radiation across various wavelengths, particularly in the UV range. The energy absorbed can drive the molecular processes that allow melanin to dissipate energy, potentially emitting it back in another form, including as heat or in a vibrational form that could relate back to electromagnetic waves. Do me a big favor. Remember that zinc and melanin work together. Zinc even takes some credit for melanin's work. Zinc boosts melanin production, thus boost blank. That's what you're supposed to fill in, you're supposed to fill in that part, right? Zinc boosts melanin production, thus boosts. And then you're supposed to refer back to what you just read. Right? All right. I hope we are going to make some things plain. I say that after I leave a blank in the sentence. That's interesting. I hope we're going to make some things plain. Chemiluminescence, which is the purpose of biochemistry, produces a panorama of light and sound. The various pigments are able to convert back and forth. This light is the self-organizing universal light or soul. Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 to 4. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. Did God have to have melanin to see? Without melanin, there's only darkness. Melanin is actually what separates light from darkness. If you'd like to go supernatural here, I will respect it. God may not need pigment to see, but he doesn't need to separate light either. Melanin is the consummate witness of sound and light. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Matthew chapter 28, verse 19. Please go get the Black Lines Matter chemistry book and the biochemistry book. The higher and documented function of the human body is the aspects of the self-organizing universal light. Water contains chemicals. The chaotic movement of these chemicals create electric fields, which create magnetic fields. The generation of alternating electric and magnetic fields is a source of light. Water contains chemicals. The organized ratio-driven exchange of high energy reactants into a lower energy product. This happens when many compounds and molecules are formed. The energy release, in fact, informs its surroundings this way. That energy is captured and rerouted into other reactions or catalyzes other reactions. The controlled chaotic movement generates light. Movement in any physical medium generates mechanical waves. The human cell is a gel in which all biochemistry takes place. This means biochemistry is a process of sound becoming light. The constant process of sound becoming light producing a highly specific frequency. The sound and light are the basis of cellular and subcellular communication. Light is translated into cytokines. In clinical settings, this has been demonstrated with many bands of light. Infrared is particularly active in regulating the creation of cytokines. Reactive oxygen species, reactive nitrogen species, and reactive carbon species produce light called ultra-weak photon emission. UPE is the 200 nanometer to 800 nanometer wave, is in the 200 to 800 nanometer wavelength range. Pigment, particularly melanins, absorb these free radicals. This absorbed light is translated into other energy or molecules. Examples include, but are not limited to, excited carbonyl species via dismutation of perioxyl radicals in the 350 to 500 nanometer range, recombination of radical species in the 230 nanometer range, excited molecular oxygens in the 630 nanometer range, 630 to 800 nanometer range, excuse me. All right. So really quick, I don't know. I can't just read straight through. I can't just read straight through. Right. What we're talking about here is how light is self-organizing. Right? How your body has a self-organizing system of light, which basically is what life is, a self-organizing universal light system. So we're just walking you through all of the different aspects of that, major aspects of that system, step by step. Right? So you understand why it is that inside your cells, all of the mitochondria have melanin surrounding them, what it is that they're doing there, how free radicals or little sparks off of the electron transport chain, how those are absorbed as light, right? How they function. Just giving you a good idea that, and it all kind of makes sense as we move through the book and get to A, conception, right? When the sperm meets egg and releases light, but B, the whole conception and fertility process, right? The whole conception and fertility process. Over the years, a lot of people have asked me about the conception and the fertility process. And knowing what we've been able to accomplish with fibroids, a lot of people will ask me about, they'll want information about fertility and conception and ask me about fibroids. And it's a different question with different answers, right? So it needed a different book. Different question, different answers, and it needed a different book. And since the one thing we all will do at some point, hopefully, right? I think it's incredibly selfish for people to try to decide not to have children. I'm not in favor of that. I think that's wild. I think that's wild for people to decide not to make any children. Yeah, I think that's incredibly selfish, and it's a wild thing to do. Now, having experience with deadbeat baby mamas, right? I have to respect it at the end of the day, because I guess, if you're not going to take care of your children, is kind of, I guess it's best not to have them. But so, out of two evils, I guess, maybe that's the better choice, but I just can't, I just can't respect it. We're all here in 2024. We're all here based on thousands, and some people would even say millions. Thousands, some people would say millions of years of reproduction, right? Such and such begat such and such, like it says in the Bible. So whether we put the timeline at thousands of years or whether we put the timeline at millions of years, there was a lot of people that made people, that made people, that made people, that made people ad infinitum, that made you. So to just jump out there in the middle of that process and go, it all stops with me. So I'm getting ready to stop thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of information accumulation in my DNA, or in the DNA of my line, right? Because I'm trying to get this job at a magazine, or I'm trying to be a model and take pictures, so I don't want to ruin my shape, or like just whatever the frivolous pursuit. And in light of reproduction and continuing your line, almost any pursuit you have will be frivolous. Like, seriously. Because at the same time, almost any pursuit you have could be accomplished after or during or while you have at least one baby for your parents, right? So I'm in favor of that. People knocking out at least one baby and then going on about their business. You don't got to go into like a baby factory, but I think you should at least have one baby and then you move on. Now, for men, that's easier said and easier done. Not easier said than done. That's easier said and easier done than obviously our counterparts. Their body has to change. They got to sit down on the bench for 2 years, maybe. I ain't gonna say sit on the bench, because there's women that have been in the Olympics and they're active at all kind of levels, but you're not at 100%. Especially if you really want to be a good mom and give your baby a good start off. Being a good mom and giving your baby a good start off includes, but is not limited to, a vaginal birth and breastfeeding. And I would say breastfeeding is for at least 12 to 24 months. Minimum. Right? 12 to 24 months. 24 months is good, but I would say a minimum of 12 months. So if you stop around a year and a half, or a year, whatever, I would say if your nutrition is good, chances are your baby is going to have, if your nutrition is good, chances are your baby's going to have a pretty good chance at having a strong nervous system, and a pretty good chance at having a well-developed brain, right? Because we are living in a time where we are daily, we're intermingling with people that have underdeveloped brains, which is a problem. Every day we're intermingling with people with underdeveloped brains. It's really like going back into the caveman time. People have regressed. People have regressed a good deal. Okay, so we don't have overseas people, but I guess we do have some working folks that we got some working folks that can't see us in the normal when we go live normally. So, all right, if we don't catch overseas people, but we do catch some working folks, I guess that's cool. But yeah, I try to tap into one of those Amazon training. Like, you got to do a book. You got to do a book signing. I'm like, there's no book signings. Where I'm going with all these babies and a dog. Like, I'm not going nowhere to do a book signing. I said, no, you just go on, if you got a YouTube platform, you go on your YouTube page, or you go on your Clubhouse and you just kind of read through your book, and it's like a virtual. Okay. But yeah, shout out to my guy, DA. Haven't seen him in a minute. Right? Shout out to everybody that's in the chat that's up at the crack of dawn. The dawn hasn't even cracked yet. So definitely shout out to the folks that's up. Right? Now, if I don't stop talking and do more reading, we're probably not going to get through. We're probably not going to get through too many books, but we'll see what we do. Right? We'll see what we get done. All right. So I started discussing that, and then I kind of got distracted. Right? All right. So chemiluminescence, the emission of light as a result of a chemical reaction. Unlike other luminescent processes such as fluorescence and phosphorescence, where light emission is typically a result of absorbing light, chemiluminescence generates light from exothermic chemical reactions. All right. And chemiluminescence is on sale right now on the website, AmericanHealer.website right now. Right. When chemiluminescence occurs in living organisms such as fireflies and certain marine species, it is termed bioluminescence. This process often involves specific enzymes like luciferase, substrates like luciferin, reactive species, ion exchanges, etc. When I first got super interested in this subject, I consumed everything possible on bioluminescence. I was obsessed with bioluminescence. Obsessed. Kirlian photography. You name it. I've been down that rabbit hole. Right? I could probably run a book sale. I could probably run like a crazy book sale. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't sell my books. I've lost too many libraries, whole libraries, to storage and breaking up with girls, and girls always violated my books. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have girls that'll throw your sneakers out the window or whatever the case may be, or car key, like, scratch your car, key your car, it's called. Or throw bleach on your clothes. I never got that. I never got none of that. But I definitely got my books violated multiple times. Yeah, I definitely got my books violated multiple times. Okay, so I feel good. We got Scotland. We got Scotland. I don't know if I could go live every morning at 4 o'clock to get Scotland, but we're going to try to mix up some times, you know what I'm saying, early in the mornings or late at nights to see what we can do to incorporate other time zones. So definitely shout out to Thomas in Scotland. Right. But I was looking all over like crazy. And in my mind, once I eventually found out about entropy and chemiluminescence, I didn't feel like I wasted my money because all of the books that I had bought and read, like I learned a lot. So my mind, I learned a lot, but yeah, I definitely wish I would have had a EnQi to point me in the right direction. Like, bruh, you getting ready to waste like 15 years worth of time trying to figure out biophotons and other gobbledygook. It's gobbledygook. Yeah. 15, yeah, at least. I would say, yeah. When did Fritz Pop? When was the first time that I read some Fritz Pop? When was I hip to Fritz Pop? I want to say back in the 90s, maybe. Yeah. I got on the Fritz Pop in the 90s, the early 90s too. I spent a long time gobbledygook. Right? But anyway, chemiluminescence in sperm is primarily linked to oxidative processes. When sperm cells generate certain reactive oxygen species, these reactants can lead to the emission of light. The presence of specific substrates, such as luminol, can enhance the visibility of this light emission, allowing for measurement and observation. Reactive oxygen species. Sperm naturally produces reactive oxygen species as part of their metabolic processes. While reactive oxygen species at low levels are crucial for sperm function, excess reactive oxygen species can lead to oxidative stress, potentially damaging sperm DNA and reducing motility. The balance of reactive oxygen species production is therefore critical for sperm health. Studies on chemiluminescence. All right, so if you're just tuning in, right now we in the Let There Be Music book, right? Let There Be Music book. At the same time as I wanted to talk about fertility and all of those things, my spiritual curiosities, right? Along with my scientific curiosity, my spiritual curiosity was driving me to really like pinpoint a spark of life, right? So at the time, I'm into the whole melanin thing, right? I think the melanin thing is what helped get me out of the militant thing, right? Because when I was young, I was indoctrinated with a lot of militant ideas. And you don't really get rid of them like all at once. Like you can't just like, tap your head and then they fall out of your ear. You kind of got to unlearn some stuff. And the only way to unlearn stuff is to learn some new stuff. So I think the science helped me to get, obviously, to escape, my neighborhood and all of the trappings, and my youth and my childhood, but just to start to develop my own perspectives about things, I think when you're young, you carry a lot of the perspective of your parents. If your parents are not around, whoever raises you has a strong imprint, even if that's your school system or the daycare, right? Um, if your parents are not around and you're not really in school and stuff like that, then it's going to be your neighborhood, right? Whoever the quote unquote OGs in the neighborhood are, they're going to have a heavy impact on you. Me, I was impacted by all of those things because my neighborhood wasn't in the neighborhood. My neighborhood was in my house. Right. But I personally was studious. So, so I had a school life, I had a scholastic life, I had a life out in the streets in the neighborhood. I had a lot of colorful characters in my family and friends of the family. A lot of people heard the album. The album is nothing's made up on the album. I even have my mom's on the album, to explain, to help me, kind of explain one of the crazier influences on my childhood. My Uncle Irvin, he wasn't really my uncle, but he was a close friend of the family. And so we all called him Uncle Irvin. And Uncle Irvin went to the war and he came back from the war. Crazy. So he used to like cut off people's fingers and, stuff like that and wear it on strings and bring it to the house and show it to us. So I'm like a little kid. This guy bringing fingers and all that to the house. Like, yeah. Can you imagine being a little kid and, what I'm saying, you got an uncle, but he was a fun uncle. Like, so it was a part of, it was, I don't know. I guess it was a testosterone thing because he used to come and do a lot of push-ups and, tell crazy stories. And he had this little eyeglass case. Anyway, I guess this is probably not a good story to tell for conception. So anyway, let's get back to the information. Right. All right. Studies on chemiluminescence. Right. Research has demonstrated the ability to measure chemiluminescence in sperm samples, particularly in the context of assessing sperm quality and viability. Back in the 90s, this did not exist. Right. So they weren't able to say, we're going to measure the light that your sperm is producing. Right. Literally, that's what this is saying, in case you're not clear. We're going to measure the light that your sperm produces to tell how good your sperm is. Right. We're going to measure the light. If you would have even said this to somebody in the 90s, they would have laughed you out. We're talking 30 years ago. Right. 30 years ago, if you would have told somebody that they're going to be measuring your sperm's ability to produce light to tell if you got good sperm or not, depending on who you said that to, they would have thought you was crazy, or you was talking some pimp talk, or like, yo, like that boy got game there. He said there's light coming out of his sperm. That boy, he talking that talk right there. Like, nobody would have took that scientifically serious, especially coming from like a kid in the neighborhood. They'd have been like, yo, you need to probably stop smoking. Whatever that is you drinking, whatever that is, maybe you drinking and smoking. You need to just sober up. You need to get back into sports or something. Like, they would have probably tried to, redirect your attention. But this is where we are now, right? Higher levels of chemiluminescence have been associated with compromised sperm health, as increased oxidative stress often correlates with diminished motility and morphological abnormalities. Right? Now, there's two ways to look at that. Right? There's two ways to look at that. A, you can look at that as too much reactive oxygen species, or you can look at that as not enough pigment to absorb the reactive oxygen species. So it is a ratio based kind of thing. It's a ratio-based kind of thing, right? So you should have enough pigment production to handle your free radical production. If you don't have enough pigment production to handle the free radical production, then that means you're eating outside of, something's up. You're outside of your natural space, right? You're outside of your natural space. So everybody's got a natural space and a natural range that they should be in. And that natural range, your body will be able to handle. Okay, now watch this. Every time you have heard of inflammation, particularly free radicals, that is a dumbed down conversation about light. We just went over how the major 3 types of free radicals produce light. Do not separate what you know from the working of the cell. This is the change that must come to the world. We have to recognize the light, the divinity in every action to restore balance. Science studies the chemicals, but not the light. Why? The 100,000 plus chemical reactions taking place every second in your cells is producing an orchestra of sound that is constantly being converted into a sea of light. When Jesus spoke again to the people, he said, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. John chapter 8, verse 12. Follow me for a second. Let's go deeper. In the Bible, lineage and inheritance rights were typically passed down through the male line, reflecting the societal norms of the time. Why? Is God oppressing women? Is God haphazardly making things up as he goes along? No. You don't understand or recognize that a woman's eggs are just the soil, the dust of the ground. She is born with all her eggs. Each month, she gets rid of unfertilized soil. Soil is special because it nurtures the soul. A man's sperm is alive. The sperm converts the breath of life into the egg. The sperm cell transfers light and life in that divine soil. Men have a 64-day sperm cycle, a living cycle of viruses, serpents, torchbearers. This 64-day cycle corresponds directly to what? Your DNA. The living word that is translated into flesh. You have 64 codons because men are on a 64-day cycle. That information is translated into light and life. In computing, 64 is significant because it represents the number of unique values that can be represented with 6 bits. The genetic code comprises 64 codons, which are combinations of 3 nucleotides that correspond to amino acids or stop signals during protein synthesis. These codons play a crucial role in transplanting genetic information into functional proteins. It is a genetic what? Code. The parts of the code are called what? Codons. The 64 codons encode for 20 different amino acids, with many amino acids being represented by more than one codon. This redundancy in the genetic code provides a buffer against mutations. Melanin is in human sperm. Why? Melanin is known for its antioxidant properties, providing protective effects for sperm cells against oxidative damage caused by reactive oxygen species that can arise during the fertilization process or in the male reproductive tract. This happens how? Translating light. Melanin protects tissues from free radicals by absorbing and translating light. This presence of melanin in sperm is everything to fertility, as oxidative stress is a known factor that can affect sperm quality and function. Do you understand what science left out? If you do not understand light and light now, stop reading. Go back to the beginning and reread this chapter. Matter of fact, wait a minute. I got you. When melanin absorbs light, particularly in the ultraviolet or visible spectrum, electrons in the melanin molecules are excited to a higher energy state. This energy absorption occurs within the specific wavelength ranges that melanin can effectively absorb. Light creates movement of electrons, and those excited electrons then release light. In nanoseconds, the excited electrons return to their ground state. They release energy in the form of light. They emit light usually as a longer wavelength than the absorbed light, resulting in a shift towards the red end of the spectrum. This is where we factor in the name atom. Check your DMs, right? Yo, I'll be having mad corny jokes in these books. Yo, I'll be having mad corny jokes. Chase be roasting me. When we be going through these books, Chase be roasting me at my corny jokes. He said these is dad jokes. I said these are nerd. This is nerd humor, okay? He said there's no difference. The red infrared is the main light of life. The molecular structure of melanin, which includes complex arrangements of phenolic compounds and other components, plays a crucial role in its fluorescent properties. Different types of melanin may exhibit varying fluorescent characteristics based on their composition and the environment they are in. Now, hold on. We have melanin, the sperm, the 60-day cycle, 64-day cycle, 64 codons, etc. We cooking. A chessboard has 64 alternating black and white squares. Solomon's floor. Please stop here and go grab your GOAT book and open it up to page 311. Okay, so you might not have a GOAT book. But I do. You might not have a GOAT book, but I do. Right? So we go to page 311. We have an article from MIT. Let me see. We didn't put, I think we put some. Okay, we'll go through it. Right. David Chandler from MIT, they report melanin, and this is from 2014. Melanin, and specifically the form called eumelanin, is the primary pigment that gives humans the coloring of their skin, hair, and eyes. It protects the body from the hazards of ultraviolet and other radiation that could damage cells and lead to skin cancer. But the exact reason why the compound is so effective at blocking such a broad spectrum of sunlight has remained something of a mystery. Now, researchers at MIT and other institutions have solved that mystery, potentially opening the way for development of synthetic materials that could have similar light blocking properties. So let me stop for a second. Remember when we was having our conversation about the horns, radar, and antennas and all of that, right? The conversation that the alien conversation, when I said those are not aliens, those are demons, right? And people were like, okay, but they're recovering material, alien material that they're going to use, you know, to build us some better ships and spaceships and all this and all that. And I said, no, there's no alien material either. So not only is there no aliens, there's no alien material. What it is they're working on synthetic pigments. That is it. They're working on synthetic pigments. And if you got the GOAT book, page 311, this is the blueprint for what they're doing. Right? This is the blueprint for what they're doing. And the reason it's in this book is because the Bible does talk about melanin quite a bit. Melanin is in the Bible quite a bit. You just got to know what you're looking for, right? If you're a Mason, it's in the Masonic studies, blah, blah, blah. So melanin is a bunch of places, but it's not named, right? You're not going to find melanin, right, in the Bible, or melanin in a Freemason ritual somewhere, right? But if you know what it is and what it does, then you'll be able to recognize it by description, by default. Right? So anyway, where was that? All right. Researchers at MIT and other institutions have solved the mystery, potentially opening the way for development of synthetic materials that could have similar light blocking properties. The findings are published this week in the journal Nature Communications by graduate students Chun Chen and Chern Chuang, professor of civil and environmental engineering, Marcus Buehler, and 3 others. Although eumelanin has been known for decades, pinning down its molecular structure and identifying the reasons for its broadband light absorption have been a daunting task. This is in part because of the very characteristics that make it so interesting. Typically, the constituents of a chemical compound could be determined through spectroscopy, among other tools, but in the case of eumelanin, the spectrographs don't show the sharp peaks that are ordinarily useful in identification. So indirect means of analysis were needed. The team used a combination of computation and experimental analysis to derive the structure of the material, finding that a major source of the broadband absorption was physical arrangements of the constituents, not their chemical characteristics. So, first of all, this is MIT. So, as of 2014, no technology has been able to analyze eumelanin in the way that other biological material has been analyzed, which is the reason why some people will go as far as to say it's alien, right? This is some alien material, but it's not alien material because I've been wearing it for 47 years. And my mama been wearing it, and my daddy been wearing it ad infinitum, right? So it's not alien material, right? It's tough. You know what I'm saying? It's tough because the way we develop technology is to amplify light. And the more we amplify light, we're able to magnify what we're looking at, right? We're able to magnify what we're looking at. The problem is with eumelanin specifically, the more you magnify light, melanin just absorbs the light you magnifying. So it stays dark. It stays dark, right? So it doesn't, none of the technology didn't work, right? None of the technology worked until they got this breakthrough in 2014, right? And so the breakthrough that they got in 2014 was that, and it's not a complete breakthrough, it's still more stuff to learn, but this is the tip of the iceberg where they start to really understand how this goes, right? It's about the physical arrangement of the components that makes up melanin. So with other biological material, they've been able to, go, okay, well, here's the properties of the individual pieces. And so if we put the individual pieces together, all of those properties must be here, right? It's like if you take cinnamon and you take sugar and you make something made out of cinnamon and sugar, it should taste cinnamon and sweet. It should taste like a cinnamony sweet kind of flavor, right? But with melanin, you take cinnamon and you take sugar and then you get something that tastes like, I don't know, bitter herbs or something crazy. Like it's just not. So they realizing that it's not about the cinnamon and the sugar per se, but it's how the cinnamons and the sugars are arranged, which is what gives melanin its function, right? And so we're in this book, but if you've read any of my books, except for probably the first book, because the first book is obviously the first book, there's no book to say, go read that one. But if you've read any of the other books, you know that there are parts in the book that says, hold up, take a break from this book and go read that book because you might be missing out on something, because all of the books is kind of based on one thing into another. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. And this is the moment where I remind everybody to go hit the Cash App. Now, let me say this. If you say something heartwarming and sweet, and then I take that as a moment to say, let me remind everybody to go hit the Cash App, that's not me speaking specifically to you saying go hit the Cash App. That's me not remembering ever to do the business part. I'm trying my best to remember to remind people, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, go hit the Cash App. So when I get one of those types of messages, it kind of just reminds me, hey, say some businessy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, go to the website. We have a Black Friday sale because we're doing a cholesterol challenge. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. Because I get wrapped up into the information. Like I'm a bibliophile and a sapiosexual, which is a bad combination for like trying to be in business. But trust me, I love y'all even more than y'all love me. Right? So I definitely appreciate that. I just wanted to say that, to say I appreciate that. I don't want people to think like people saying, yo, good looking out. We appreciate you, brother. And I'm like, yeah, hit the Cash App. Like, no, that's not what it is. All right. So physical arrangement of the melanin, right? Now, the chapter, if you have this book, then you already know what this is, right? You already know what the name of the chapter is. If you don't have this book, then you just got to wait a minute and I'll tell you what the name of the chapter is, because then it's going to spoil it. Now, I wanted to talk about this yesterday, but when we start these conversations, honestly, they're not planned. I don't have a plan of what I'm going to talk about for the most part. Like today, I had a plan. I was like, okay, we're going to read these books and try this virtual book signing thing, right? First of all, I was intimidated by the concept of doing a virtual book signing because technically I've never done an actual book signing. I've done 1,000 lectures where I've had books at the lecture. So I do my lecture, then I got my books. Sometimes people ask me to sign the books, right? But I've never sat out and booked a place and went there and like sat down with a tea or a coffee and read some of the book and then had people line up, and like I've never done an organized. So in my mind, I'm like, I don't even know how a regular book signing is supposed to go, let alone a virtual book signing. But I get the gist of it. You just start reading the books. Right. So anyway, the team used a combination of computation and experimental analysis to derive the structure of the material, finding that a major source of the broadband absorption was the physical arrangement of the constituents, not their chemical characteristics. Specifically, the combination of disorder and order in the physical arrangement that produces a smearing of the material's spectral absorption and providing its crucial broadband blocking ability. You can't do traditional analytical chemistry on this particular system. Chuang, a graduate student in chemistry, says, where you isolate each component, only indirect ways of probing it can be used, he said. The disorder that turned out to be key, the team says, a physical disorder called geometric disorder, is different from the chemical disorder that other researchers have studied. It turns out that both kinds of disorder may play a complementary role in producing eumelanin's broadband absorption, right? So melanin works through two different types of systems, one called geometric disorder and one called chemical disorder, right? So like water, eumelanin doesn't fit into the rules of physics, right? So again, when they talk about that alien material, remember, it's not alien material. The material forms tiny crystals, a chemically ordered state, but with intrinsic randomness, such that the orientations of the stacked molecules can be arbitrary and the sizes of the crystals different, forming aggregate structures that are highly disordered. That combination of order and disorder contributes to eumelanin's broadband absorption. The team found it's a naturally existing nanocomposite that has a very critical macroscopic property as a result of the nanostructure. While eumelanin molecules all share a basic chemistry, more than 100 variations of the composition exist. The slight variations from one molecule to another may contribute to the disorder that broadens the ability to absorb light, Bueller says. The jury is still out on which is more important. Understanding the origins of eumelanin's optical properties could help guide the creation of new synthetic materials, Bueller says. These insights may be useful in developing material for applications such as pigments, he says, or in improving the efficiency of solar cells. Hint, hint, wink, wink. While this analysis still leaves open questions about the precise structure of eumelanin molecules, Bueller says building an accurate structural model is one of our big aims. A similar combination of computational modeling based on quantum mechanics, molecular dynamics, and direct observation is in there. Using electron microscopy can probably be applied to many systems, Bueller says. It's a methodological advance that is validated because this system has such unique optical properties which we can reproduce. It shows the method can be useful. Sergei Tretiak, a researcher in the theoretical division at Los Alamos National Laboratory, who's not involved in this research, says understanding eumelanin structure was a scientific puzzle for a long time. Y'all do know Los Alamos National Laboratory. That's them folks. Okay, just in case you was wondering, that's them people. So when you watching those news broadcasts and they telling you like you in the Senate meeting, in the Congress hearing, and they explaining the breakdown of the alien material, yeah, them people is up in there. So when they say it's been a puzzle for a long time, that means they've been spending billions of dollars trying to figure this out. Billions of dollars trying to figure this out. And I'm sure that they're all kicking themselves now that they got to figure it out, because they're going to realize that there have been answers staring them in the face for a long time all over the place. Right? Because it's complicated, especially with all of the big words and the scientific jargon and all that stuff. But in a second, we're going to simplify it. And you're going to be like, oh, that's, oh, okay, yeah, okay, I got it. Right? The new work, he says, provides a somewhat unexpected answer to this conundrum. The researchers' approach, he says, exemplifies a multidisciplinary approach to a complex problem where a single method is unable to provide a satisfying answer. The research team also included Yan Xu, a professor of chemistry at MIT, Vincent Ball from the University of France, David Rook from the Center of Research in Tudor, Luxembourg. The work was particularly funded by the U.S. Department of Energy through the Center of Excitonics at MIT. Okay, now, we're not going to spend a whole bunch of time on it because that's not what we're doing right now, but right? Now, obviously, this is not a 64. This is not a 64 grid. This is not an 8x8 grid, right? But you've seen a checkerboard before. You've seen a checkerboard before. This is the design. You've seen a chessboard. If you've played chess before or checkers before, you've seen the design, right? If you've watched any of those videos about the Illuminati and the Freemasonry and They go, oh my God, look at that. There's a checkerboard floor. That's Solomon's temple. That's the design, right? It's a geometric representation of what? A 1, a 0, a 1, a 0, a 1. Binary coding. Yeah. So it was very complex to figure out, because I'm sure that all this time the scientist was looking for something complicated to find, right? Because this material, it's everywhere and it's free, right? Well, not exactly free, but it's everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's all throughout the fungi kingdom, all the way up through the people, the people kingdom, or primate, whatever you want to classify, however you want to classify it. You know what I'm saying? It's everywhere, right? So, I mean, obviously different types, but and then the problem, I keep telling y'all, my problem with science, at some point, somebody, quote unquote, important is going to repeat what I'm saying, and then it's going to be a thing. They're going to be like, oh my God, Dr. such and such said, blah, blah, blah. And y'all are going to look back and be like, EnQi said that like 50 years ago. But my problem with science is the duplication thing, right? That's the caveat in science that I personally believe was set up. I'm not going to say, I don't think race has anything to do with it, but I think I'm looking for another word that's similar to racism, but like against religion. What is it? Religious discrimination. Not even religious discrimination. Something that fits in that slot, though. You know what I'm saying? But less about animosity and more about like not really hate or animosity driven, but more about like blocking. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say hating, or like it's yeah. I don't know. I can't find a good word for what I'm trying to describe, but the purpose was to keep science over here and to keep religion over here and keep everybody dumbed down, so that the religious folks never learn science, the scientific folks never learn religion, which is the reason why Freemasonry had to be in secret. Because in Freemasonry, they were studying religion, nature, God, and all of that from a scientific perspective. And doing that could have got you hung, could have got your head cut off, could have got you burned in public, or in some cases, some combination of the three. Head chopped off and burned, or hung then burned, or burned then hung, or hung, burned, head chopped off, all of the above. Like, so yeah, if you had certain curiosities, you had to go underground to get some real information at certain points in time. You know what I'm saying? And I personally, from all of my studies, the slick little caveat that's built into the framework of science to keep that line, to hold that line, is duplication. So when you go through the scientific method, which is what anything must endure, the scientific rigor in order to be classified as scientific, your results of whatever your study is, no matter what it is that you're doing, it has to be reproducible and duplicatable, right? So the problem with melanin is that nobody's melanin is the same, period. Nobody's. It doesn't matter. Mine's is not the same as my dad's or my mom's, right? When you take a little tiny piece and examine it, there's over 100 different variations. The problem is with that, even just with over 100 different variations, when you spread that out over a whole body, those variations multiply exponentially to give each person a unique skin, right? So, point is, there's no reproduction and duplication. You can't duplicate the results because, yeah, you can't duplicate the results. What you can duplicate is what they did, which was genius, is they just was like, let's forget trying to duplicate the results, right? Let's just figure out, like, let's just dumb this all the way down for ourselves. Let's just try to figure out the structure of this stuff. We can roughly figure out the components, but the components separately doesn't amount to anything close to what we're getting when we put them together. So obviously there has to be something that we're missing. And basically, melanin is the epitome of the sum total is more than the parts. So the parts is more than less than the sum total. You know what that saying is. However that saying goes, the sum total, something close to that. The sum total is greater than the whole of the parts, or whatever the case may be. But the bottom line, that's what they came up with, right? The crazy part is, it's been sitting right there. The binary coding is, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, yeah, that's that. And we do go a lot deeper into it in this book, right? But we're not doing that book, right? We're in this book. All right, so let's get back to it. It says that MIT has discovered the nature of melanin and its geometry, and it is geometry. The secret to melanin's ability to absorb and translate mechanical waves, as well as electromagnetic waves. The discovery says that the physical arrangement of the parts of melanin are more important than its chemical characteristics. Melanins are arranged with a binary structure of order and disorder, right? Now, if we're going to go back a couple thousand years or even a couple hundred, that could easily be reworded good and evil. Right? That could easily be reworded good and evil. This is why scientists have failed to figure melanin out with traditional analytical chemistry. John chapter 1, verse 5. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. Melanin, which is responsible for black and brown pigments in hair, skin, and eyes, has been observed to exhibit a range of fluorescent responses depending on its concentration and the excitation source. Melanin tends to fluoresce under UV light stimulation, leading to emission in the visible spectrum. Pheomelanin, associated with lighter shades such as red and yellow hues, has different fluorescent properties than melanin. Pheomelanin can also exhibit fluorescence but varies in its emission characteristics compared to melanin. So melanins, pheomelanin and melanin, everybody, right? Everybody, well, except for a full-bodied albino person, right? But everybody else can glow in the dark. Right? Everybody else could glow in the dark. Now, whether your eyes can pick it up or not, that's a whole nother story. But everybody can glow in the dark. That's crazy. Right? So although I have always said that, well, not always, but probably the last 15 or 20 years, I've been saying that chakras are fake. I have never said that the aura is not a real thing, right? I've been trying to separate those ideas in people's minds because a lot of people think those things are mutually reliant. If there's an aura, there's a chakra. If there's a chakra, there's a aura. I'm like, no, 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 no. Nope. Each one of your cells is a wheel of light. Each one of your cells, and you got trillions of them. So you don't need an invisible thing you don't need that. You don't need that to make the story work, right? Melanins are naturally existing nanocomposites. Watch me pull off the disguise now, the Scooby-Doo bad guy moment. I'm going to show you how the divine is hidden in plain sight right now. You ready? What are three main drives of chemistry and biochemistry? pH, solute concentration, and temperature. What are three main drives of melanin converting sound and light? pH, solute concentration, and temperature. What is the difference between chemistry and biochemistry then? Chemistry is the broad study of matter and its interactions, whereas biochemistry focuses specifically on the chemical processes and substances in living organisms. The difference between life and death is self-organizing universal light. Life is light. God is music. Melanin is God's speaker system. pH and solvent conditions. Melanin fluorescence intensity and wavelength of emission can be influenced by the pH of the environment and the presence of different solvents. Changes in pH can alter the electronic states available for excitation and emission, affecting fluorescence. Concentration. Higher concentrations of melanin can lead to quenching effects, where the emitted fluorescence intensity decreases because of self-absorption or energy transfer processes. Temperature. Temperature variations can also affect the fluorescent process by altering the energy states of the electrons involved, thereby changing the emission spectra. All right, now, real quick, if I can't find it real quick, then we ain't gonna do it, but real quick, just work with me for a second. Work with me real quick for a second. I want to show y'all something. Now, sometimes I can find these things and sometimes I can't, but I think I know where this is. And I feel like this is always important to show. In these conversations. No, that's not what I'm looking for. You know, like, did you just stop the flow of information so you could show us a checkerboard thingy? Mm-mm. I want to pull up this mitochondria piece where we could look at the man, I thought it was in here. Nope. Play myself. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. No, that's not it. Hold on. I thought I had it in here. If it was in here, I guess it would have been somewhere around here, though. Hold on, where is it at? Okay, you could definitely look at this though while I'm looking. But they may never find what they dream of. What you won't do for love. You tried everything, but you won't give up. Found it. Found it. You're like, wait a minute, we was looking at that right there. That's the pigment. That's the melanocytes moving around inside that was melanocytes moving around in a developing embryo, but not a human one, but it still is beautiful to see how the melanocytes migrate all over the body. It's one thing for me to read it to you. It's another thing for you to be able to like look at it and see it, right? That's a little crazy. But they may never find what they dream of. What you won't do. It's kind of creepy too when you see them like migrate all over the body. That's how they happen in your body too. Listen, that's how they move around in your body when your body's developing. So as you're an embryo and you start to develop, the melanocytes literally travel all over your body to where they need to be at. Yeah, melanocytes are goat level. Goat level. Like crazy stuff. Anyway, this is what I was looking for, right? So this is always important to show because mitochondria, people talk about mitochondria a lot, right? But we got to get to this, right? So inside your cells, right? These are mitochondria, right? See where it says mito? These are mitochondria. So all of these shapes like this that, you know, are kind of like translucent, those are mitochondria, right? These right here are melanosomes, right? Not melanocytes. These are not the cells. These are melanosomes. These are the enzymes that come from melanocytes, right? And what they're doing inside of all of your cells is they're depositing melanin granules, these little black spots all over the place, right? This is melanin. They dropping this all over the place. So that way, when the free radicals come off of your mitochondria, right? When your mitochondria leaks, the melanin can be there and absorb it, right? So what you're seeing is like little band-aids almost all over where leaks been happening from the mitochondria and the melanin is there patching up the leak, right? This is another view right here, right? This is another view where you can't really see the difference between the mitochondria and the melanosomes, but you do see the melanin granules all over the place, right? Those are like little markers to let you know where there was leaks that got plugged up, right? So I always try to show that piece whenever the opportunity presents itself. All right, Genesis chapter 1, verses 3 and 4. And God said, let there be light. And there was light. God saw the light, that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God said, God spoke. Please stop reading right now and go open up the movement book to page 225. Okay. This is a little bit of exercise. Me constantly getting up and down to go find books. Let me see what's over here. Oh, That's what's over here. Okay, well, we discussed the article about light in your breath, right? Light in your breath. Now, as the hat tells you, we clearly knew about this 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, because the God of breath and light is one and the same. Same as in the Bible, right? Same as in the Bible, one may be based on the other, right? The God of light is also the God of breath, right? What we didn't know, as John Q. Public, meaning me and you and your girlfriend at your job and your homeboy at the gym, what we didn't know collectively was that we are the fire-breathing dragon, so to speak. Right now, some people are like, oh, no, trust me. I don't smell some folks' breath after coffee, and I know about the fire breathing. No, we're not talking about that kind of fire-breathing dragon, right? We're talking about light. You inhale light and you exhale light. Every time you breathe in and you exhale out, you're breathing in light and you are exhaling light, right? I cannot say that enough times, right? Because it's not sunk into the minds of the general population. And remember, if it's not in your mind, it's not real, right? Time, space, light, and sound exist in your mind only. So until you get a thing where it's kind of like it's in your soul, like till you totally understand it, it's not real to you, right? And I'm just a guy from 158th Street in the Bronx that wears gold teeth. What do I know, right? So every opportunity I get, we try to go over this to some extent to drill it home that we breathe in light and we exhale light. Your soul is light. Your ancestors were not wrong. They were not crazy or anything like that when they told you that we had a light body, right? You have a ka, a ba, that none of your ancestors that, whether you're dealing with Oriental tradition, right? And we're telling you, you have a light body and blah, all of those stories, they were true. God is light. God breathed into you and made you into a living soul. That means he breathed into you the breath of light. He breathed into you the breath of light. Now you breathe that in and out. That's what our atmosphere is. Like, that's just how it works, right? We went through it yesterday. The sun sends the charged particles to the magnetosphere. The magnetosphere translates those to the atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. Depending on where you live at, you could see literally the point where we're connected to the sun and all the charged particles come into our atmosphere, because it's called the aurora borealis. That's literally what the aurora borealis is, right? That's like the navel of the planet. That's the navel. And we're getting fed through the umbilical cord to the sun, right? That's the aurora borealis. Anyway, I'm on page 226. Human breath spontaneously emits photons at a rate of approximately 7,000 per liter, right? 7,000 per liter. The emission has a peak in the red part of the spectrum and an ultraviolet contribution. Stop. Right? So the breath that we emit has a peak in the red part of the spectrum. We just looked at how melanin works. When melanin translates the light. It leans towards the what? The red part, just saying, 2 + 2 = 4, right? The emission has a peak in the red part of the spectrum and ultraviolet contribution. The emission count rate, now, obviously, this is what we're exhaling. So this means that this has been through your body's system already. You have melanin everywhere, all in your organs. We just looked at it, all in your cells. So it's not just the skin, it's all throughout your body, right? The emission count rate correlates with peroxide concentration in a saturating manner under normal breathing conditions. Stop right there once again. Now, this is where, like, you got to know the information, because like I was saying, in Freemasonry and in the Bible, also in science, there's places in science where they're talking about melanin, but if you don't know the information, then it's not going to make sense to you, right? So we have a bunch of books that we put out, but it's important to try to get and read them all, right? Because you're going to be missing stuff. Case in point. Now, you're supposed to be at home doing the same thing I'm doing. So like, you see how I'm reading and then I'm switching books? You're supposed to be doing the same thing at your house, right? So in this book, right? In this book, we talk about melanin and its relationship to peroxide. Right? Because we just went through how free radicals in and of themselves is a source of light in the cells, but it's a damaging source if you don't have pigment there to absorb it, right? But peroxide is a big part of that production. Peroxide is a big part of that production, right? So you got to have something to be able to squelch the peroxide. So not only does melanin in and of itself squelch the free radicals, but melanocytes produce catalase, right? So in the book, obviously, we go into a whole bunch of detail, which I'm not, because I'm trying not to get too far away from what we're supposed to be focused on. But in that book, we talk about catalase, right? And catalase is able to, I'm trying to find the exact number. Catalase is like the strongest antioxidant enzyme you have in your body, right? I think it's able to convert like 26 million molecules per second of peroxide, right? 26 million of peroxide. And it's turning the peroxide back into water. Right? It takes the peroxide, because remember, we looked at this yesterday. I forgot what we was talking about, but I do remember writing this on the board, right? And I was talking about the structure. I was talking about the Bible in the Genesis, right? But I was saying that your body goes through this process, right? Your body goes through this process. And if you notice, right, look, if you notice, this process is similar, right? It's similar. That's the thing about, once you figure out how the body works, nature uses the same programs like over and over. Slight changes and variation, but right, look, the good the evil, good again. Or order, disorder, order, right? Alternating, binary, alternating, right? 1 0 1 0 1 0. Now, the crazy thing is these two things need each other, right? So the pigment is required. Well, not necessarily so much the pigment, but because the pigment is going to catch the problems that this guy creates, right? But this is your peroxide right here. And melanin makes this. Right? Catalase, which is an enzyme that turns this back into water and oxygen. Right? So it turns this back into water and oxygen. And guess what? This oxygen goes at the bottom of the list because the oxygen by itself is a problem. A single oxygen floating around is a problem. So technically, that's where you get the other chaos again coming from, right? So you get the catalase, right? Melanocytes produce the catalase, and then the catalase reduces this back to H2O, but you got an oxygen left over, and then that oxygen is going to be floating around by itself. And so hopefully you're able to get rid of it. How do you get rid of it? Well, that's where respiration comes in, right? Breathing, right? That's where breathing comes in at. Respiration needs to be coupled to your metabolism, right? Respiration needs to be coupled to your metabolism, right? Because your body can use this to pair up with some carbon. Hopefully you can do something useful with it. You know what I'm saying? But your body can use these oxygens, pair up with carbon, make CO2, because single floating around carbons is also problematic, right? So your body typically likes everything to have something to do. Something to do and somebody to do it with. Right? So that oxygen can become problematic and often does by itself. So you have that pattern 1 0 1 0, or order, chaos, order, chaos. Right? All right. All right. So I think you get it. We're not reading this whole article about light in the breath because this gets lengthy. This gets lengthy, and then I have my article starting on page 235. No, get the book, right? This is the movement book. All right. So anyway, if you're just tuning in right now, we're reading this book, but like all of my books, it has those parts where it says, stop right here and, or please read and or reread. So we're doing that. We're occasionally stopping to read and or reread those passages, right? All right. The unfolding of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple, right? So now when we look at Psalms 119, verse 130, it's not just a bar or something powerful that you can, like powerful advice or, something motivational. Now you know it's an entendre, right? Now you know it's multiple levels of meaning, right? The unfolding of your words gives light, right? So now you know that is literal, right? Because every breath that you take in and every breath that you breathe out, right, gives light. Every breath gives light, right? So now we know that that's a literal, and then figuratively, we know that light is synonymous with knowledge, wisdom, understanding, information, data, etc. So we know that that's an entendre right there, right? That's a bar, right? We know that's a bar. All right, so the closer we get to the crack of dawn, people is waking up like, yo, EnQi is wowing. What is he doing on the internet? Save your breath, right? Save your breath. Once you realize, right? You know, Osiris, Usia, right? People talk about Osiris a lot, but Osiris had a bunch of different titles. One of them is the god of silence, right? The god of silence. And you have monks, you have like fathers, you know, nuns. They believe in vows of silence, right? But that also goes back to, right? Osiris was known as the god of silence, right? And so now you know the reason. You want to save your breath when you understand how valuable it is, right? When you understand how valuable it is, it's literally your soul that you're bleeding. And right now, I'm bleeding my soul out to you guys, right? I'm bleeding my soul out, right? But in my mind, I'm working to save lives, right? So it has a value. Also, I'm trying to induce you to go purchase the books, send me some cash apps, join the Patreon, go to the website, buy some detox kits, and blah, 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 right? So it has a value, right? It has a value. I want to save lives. I want to change lives. I want to motivate people. I want to teach people. At the same time, I want a sandwich. I want to keep my lights on, right? It has a value, right? The purpose of me pointing that out is because in today's world, a lot of people are talking just because they have lips. Just because they have lips. Just because there's a conversation, they feel like they need to say something, right? Just because people make an accusation about them, they feel the need to respond, right? Well, I don't know, your pocketbook is blue. You feel the need to be like, what you mean? I don't wear blue pocketbooks. I only have yellow pocket. Like, you don't need to respond all the time. You don't need to say something all the time. Sometimes you can just ignore people, right? Sometimes you can just ignore people. You can ignore the chatter. You know what I'm saying? I've been talking about this with my children, my middle schoolers. Like, you know, you can ignore people. Like, you don't have to respond to people. Like, just because they're saying something doesn't mean you have to say something back. You can just do your own thing. Be in your own space. Be comfortable in your own space. Be comfortable in your own skin. Right? You don't always have to respond. Right? And the less you do useless talking, the more valuable your voice will be. The more people will listen when you start talking. Right? So have a purpose. Even if the purpose is whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure it has some value to you, because you're definitely, in a literal and figurative sense, pouring your soul out when you speak. Melanin is the speaker and translator. Let's look at the key atoms in sperm. Zinc, essential for maintaining normal spermatogenesis and sperm maturation. The concentration in human sperm is approximately 153.93 milligrams per kilogram. This mineral is vital for sperm morphology and motility. Low zinc levels have been associated with male infertility, while supplementation can improve semen volume, motility, and sperm shape. Sperm morphology and motility. Morphology refers to the shape and structure of sperm, while motility relates to how well sperm can move. Both characteristics are crucial for successful fertilization. Infertility association. Research has shown that inadequate zinc levels can lead to reduced sperm quality and lower fertility rates in men, making zinc supplementation beneficial for those with deficiencies. Zinc sparks. When a human sperm cell fertilizes an egg, it triggers a rapid release of zinc ions from the egg. This release creates a zinc spark, which can be visualized as a flash of light. This phenomena has been observed using advanced imaging techniques in scientific studies. Mechanisms of light emission. The zinc that is released binds to specific fluorescent probes, resulting in luminescence. When the sperm penetrates the egg, increase in calcium levels inside the egg prompts the zinc release, leading to a measurable flash of light. Analogous phenomena. Similar reactions involving light emission have been observed in other species, such as mice. However, the observation of this phenomena in human eggs marks a significant discovery in reproductive biology, highlighting a unique biochemical process at conception. Copper. Okay, hold on. Before we go anywhere else, I feel like we need to actually check this out. Seriously, this is one of those things. Like, I mean, people have read religious texts, and this is one of those examples of where science and religion is one thing, right? Because outside of religious context, we don't have an understanding of this, right? Outside of religious context, there's no concept for the spark of light or spark of life, right? Those are religious concepts that later on became scientific concepts, right? But until the last 20 years, nobody has ever been able to witness it, right? And so in my mind, witnessing something like this should make everybody go back into their religious bag, right? Go back to talking to grandma and grandpa if your grandparents still alive, because almost everybody's grandparents was deep into some sort of spirituality, right? Almost everybody, right? So go back, get with grandma, grandpa, maybe your parents. You know, my mom's wasn't really into nothing, but my pops was all the way in his bag. And then my grandfather, my father's father, was all the way in his bag. His bag was quite different, though. He was into the Haitian, all things Haitian. I'm gonna just leave it at that. My father wasn't into none of that. My pops was into Catholic. My pops was a serious Catholic, right? But yeah, my mom's and them, they wasn't religious folks. It was hood, they was black folks. You know what I'm saying? So I got a variety of experiences. Peace and hotep to the family, right? Peace and hotep to the family. So let's just take a look at this because, like I said, I feel like it's important to see this as much as we can.
Chemiluminescence is sound becoming light and life. You just watched the proof. Now get the book and see how this relates to your immune system and disease. God is music. Go to Amazon now.
All right, so it just kind of happened, just so happens that that's actually that's the book that we're actually reading, right? All right, copper. Involved in DNA metabolism and repair as well as normal sperm function. The concentration is about 0.28 milligrams per kilogram. Copper acts as a cofactor for powerful antioxidants that protect sperm DNA. It is also important for the cellular division necessary for sperm formation. Now, let me say this. I didn't add it into the book because I need more information on it. So I don't like the books are loaded with my opinions and blah blah blah, but not stuff I'm unsure about, right? So, but there's some research, and the research, I don't know what they're doing with the research, man. This is where we really need our own folks to put up some big bread so we can have labs. But the research is kind of being blocked because it impedes on the IVF babies and all their money, all that money that they're generating from all that kind of stuff, fake babies and all of that, right? But there was some research coming out, and then all of a sudden it vanished, that damage to sperm DNA, right? Damage to sperm DNA can later on translate to a higher risk for cancers and metabolic disease and all kind of other stuff, right? And so, yeah, there's just a whole, whole huge pile of information kind of vanished. And I don't know. I got some stuff somewhere in some hard drives with some stuff they was talking about. I remember they did one study where they had taken some IVF children and some natural children, and they took them up. Like, they were just doing a bunch of different test studies, and they noticed that the IVF children didn't handle high altitudes well. And so there was a difference in their ability for their body to adapt to environments, and for that information, I guess, to translate to their bone marrow, right? Because so when you go up to high altitudes, you need more blood. You need more blood cell production, right? More blood cell production, because it's gonna be less oxygen available. So with the less oxygen available, you need more blood cells to carry more oxygen faster, right? If you're in an oxygen-rich environment, right? Technically, like, let's reduce it down. If you're in an oxygen-rich environment, say for instance, you might need only 100 circulating blood cells to kind of make sure that all of the cells in your body get enough oxygen. As less oxygen is available, you're going to need more and more blood cells to speed up how fast they go back to the lungs, right? So you might get to a space where you need 150 red blood cells or 200, right? Now, obviously, in the real world, you have millions and millions, but the same thing is just different numbers, right? So they were seeing that there's a problem with, so there's some stuff going on that we won't find out till later, but IVF babies not the same as natural babies, period. Just remember I told you, IVF babies not the same as real babies. We just living in a world now where man has really gotten beside himself. But if you can't have babies, I don't think there's anything wrong with adopting. There's plenty of people that need people to adopt. And there's even more people that need, like, not real adoptions, but they need you to like help them hold it down. Like, they need help raising the babies they got, right? If you're in the Black community, trust me, it's somebody somewhere needs some help with them babies, right? If you're in the Hispanic community, it's somebody somewhere needs some help with some babies. Now, white folks typically are, they're not as fertile, right? So typically, it's more natural for them to focus on business and schooling and those things first. And so they'll knock out what they need to responsibility-wise, and then they'll have 1 or 2 babies, right? Black folks, not so much. We upside down with it. You know what I'm saying? So we might have 2 or 3 babies before we get out of high school. right? Spanish people, forget about it. They're worse than black folks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. By the time they 25, they might have 7, 8 babies, you know. So it's balance. You know what I'm saying? It's balance. You know what I'm saying? Some folks that's maybe more finance driven can help out the folks that's, you know, baby making. You know what I'm saying? It's just, we've been led to believe the same way with the science versus religion. We've been led to believe that one thing is more valuable than the other. So we get angry about that. I don't want I took my time to work and go to school and blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. But you 40 with one baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, what about the globe? Right? What about the globe? Your contribution may not be as important a contribution as that lazy bum that's pumping out babies globally. You know what I'm saying? In your small view of the world, your, you know, what you're doing might be, you know, you got 10 college degrees. Cool. You know what I'm saying? But it may not balance out, you know what I'm saying, to the globe, to the world at large, to our entire species, right? Because the world really, respectfully, doesn't necessarily need more people to have more money. But the world does have a genetic diversity issue. We definitely have a genetic diversity issue, right? So I'm just saying, we got to just start to figure out whatever it is that we strong at and whatever for other folks is weak at. And we can't be so wishy-washy about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to just accept certain things that's real, right? Some things is stereotypical, but some things are just, they are what they are, right? So we got to get some balance going on. You know what I'm saying? We got to get some balance going on. And, you know, that's not to say we need to drift into the direction of like a social reform or socialist or Marxist kind of space. No. People still need to kind of be, you know, on the grind. You know what I'm saying? People still need to kind of be on the grind. But we need to have folks that, so as a part of Masonry, charity is a big thing. Charity is a big thing. You know, so Masonry stresses that you work and build and work and build and work and build, but it also, as much as it stresses that you be fruitful, right? It also stresses that, you know, you get into some form of philanthropy where you either give back what? Remember the equation, time equals money, right? So if you don't have money, you can give back time, right? You can give back time, one or the other, but you need to be contributing to society outside of your personal gratification, some form or fashion, right? Anyway, hold on, let me go warm up my drink. Let me go warm up my drink. My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own. Do me a favor and refill that up for me and turn it back on. I knew I was going to burn my damn lips. Okay. All right, where we at? Copper involved in DNA metabolism and repair as well as normal sperm function. The concentration is about, I feel like we read this, 0.28 milligrams per kilogram. Copper acts as a cofactor for powerful antioxidants that protect sperm DNA. It is also important for the cellular division necessary for sperm formation. Maintaining appropriate copper levels is crucial as excess can damage sperm and lead to fertility issues. Now, let me say this. We have much more of a big issue with people not having enough copper than people having too much, right? We have much more of an issue of people having not enough copper, not enough zinc, as opposed to people having too much, right? And then the other problem is balancing the two, because copper and zinc are antagonists, ops, right? Copper and zinc are ops. They are antagonists of each other. So if your copper level gets too, and this is like a mechanism that you have to prevent ever really having too much zinc or copper. So those things is rare, right? It's rare that you have too much copper or too much zinc, right? But because if you get too much copper, the zinc will start to get rid of the copper and vice versa, right? So they'll level each other off. The problem comes in if you're getting copper from an unnatural source. So like if you go to our website, our copper is plant-based. So it's not like there's only copper in it, right? It's not like it's only copper in it, right? If you get the zinc, it's not like there's only zinc in it. There's other stuff in there as well to provide some balance and some other stuff that you need to get going on, right? I like my Bill Cosby, not my Bill Cosby vibe, my what's the other guy? Bill Cosby is known for the regular sweaters. Mr. Rogers. It's my Mr. Rogers vibe right here. I used to love watching Mr. Rogers when I was little, right? And his sweater and his sneakers was mad important. It was a part of the song. And you'll have things you want to talk about. I will too. Right? Then he say, "Hi, neighbor." Yo, don't judge me. If you wasn't watching Mr. Rogers, then you missed out on the land of make-believe. Right? All right. Antioxidant role. It acts as a cofactor for antioxidants, which are crucial for protecting sperm DNA from oxidative stress. This helps prevent damage that can impair fertility. All right. So all of this cofactor stuff, especially in sperm, is particularly relevant to what? Pigment. Right? Pigment. Right? Copper is very important, as well as zinc. Both of them are very important for melanogenesis. Right? All right. Adequate copper levels are necessary for the formation of, for the cellular processes that lead to sperm formation. However, excess copper intake can be harmful, highlighting the need for a balanced intake. Got it. Calcium, important for sperm motility and function. Elevated levels of calcium are associated with poorer semen quality, especially in older men. Calcium is crucial for sperm chemotaxis, which is the process allowing sperm to navigate towards the egg. It helps form an electrical gradient that directs sperm movement. Bruh. That is such a crazy bar right there. It's lines like that over the years that has kept me studying. It's lines like that Like that is a bari right there. That is a bar, right? That is a bar. Seriously. That is a bar. That is a crazy bar right there. Right? Or a set of bars, right? Crucial for chemotaxis, right? An easy way to remember that is what? Chemiluminescent taxis. Now, if you're too young to know what a taxi is the thing that existed in my universe. A taxi is the thing that existed in my universe that got replaced by Ubers and Lyfts, right? So now people only know, especially young folks, they only know about Ubers and Lyfts. In my universe, we took a taxi cab. That's what that was. A taxi cab, you called them up and they tell you, we'll be there in 5 minutes or we'll be there in 10 minutes. They pull up to your house, they honk the horn, you get in the cab, you pull out cash, you pay the cab. Boop. That's how it worked, right? Or you could go outside to a busy street and just flag down a cab. It's called a taxi cab. So some places they say cab, some places they say taxi. The full name is a taxi cab. But you can just go somewhere and wave your hand in the street and a taxi cab will pull over for you and boom, you get in the cab, bam, you're in business. They drive you, there's a meter, so you can read the meter as you going to see how much it's costing you, right? And you pay cash. Or folks started driving off the books. You know what I'm saying? Like people with extra time, they'll just get in their car and start driving around, looking to pick people up. And you'll jump in a person's car and they tell you, all right, take me to Fordham Road. I'm saying Fordham Road like I'm still in the Bronx. Take me to Fordham Road. And they'd be like, all right, well, give me $12. And you'd be like, I'm not giving you $12. Fordham Road right there. I'll give you $7. You know what I'm saying? Then y'all might haggle for a quick, you might work the price out for a minute. And then they might be like, all right, well, give me $8, but you got to pay me up front then, since you're trying to be tight with the money. I don't trust you. Right? And pay me right now $8. You're like, all right, cool. Here's your $8. Okay, you go to Fordham Road. Boom, and you're good. Now, what happened was a lot of taxi cab drivers. Now, this is why you got, this is a precautionary tale. It always is, right? A lot of taxi cab drivers, they didn't know. And this is, again, this is a precautionary tale. Because when you asking for help, right? When you're asking for somebody outside your culture to step in and fix your problem for you, your problem usually gets way worse than whatever it was. So you got to learn how to handle your own problems in-house. Stop bringing people into the mix of your problem because it usually gets worse. Now, I'm not talking about Drake suing his record label. I'm not talking about Drake suing a record label because I know somebody can be like, yeah, well, you need to tell your man Drake. I don't know why he thought it was a good idea to try to sue Kendrick Lamar and blah, blah, blah. First of all, y'all need to stop listening to Whack 100 so much, right? You got to remember, when it comes to that Kendrick and Drake conversation, Whack 100 is not a reliable source. Whack 100 has ties to Drake's camp, and he's a West Coast guy, right? So Whack 100 comments because he's forced to say something, but it's often going to be gobbledygook because he's trying to be on both sides at the same time, right? So Drake suing his record label. Like, EnQi, how did you get on Drake? Listen, we talking about Drake for a second. Drake is suing his record label, really has nothing to do with Kendrick. Okay, I just want to say this for the record in defense of my man Drake doing good business. Bro, you just went outside. You just left. Huh?
No, I didn't.
She handled her business?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, so Drake is, first of all, Drake's not suing Kendrick. Drake is suing his record label, right? And the reason he's suing his record label is because he found out that the record label was given discounted deals on spins to Kendrick's song because Drake is at the negotiating table with them trying to negotiate his contract. So what they was doing was trying to drive down his what's not called spins, streams. They was trying to suppress his streams temporarily while they negotiate his next contract, right? So that's why he hasn't put out any wintertime music, because also he waiting for Young Thug. But yeah, so he's suing his label because they try to artificially lower his negotiation for his contract, right? So anyway, back to the taxi cabs, right? We're gonna see how that play out. If Drake get all his money, then that'll be, it'll work out. But if he doesn't, it'll be an example of what happened to the taxi cabs and what usually happens when you go outside the culture to try to handle your problem. So the taxi cabs was dealing with two issues. A, more and more people were starting to use their own car illegally, because to be a taxi cab, you got to get a taxi cab, you got to go through some processes, taxi cab license and all this other stuff. So people was just driving their car, picking folks up, right? Picking folks up. So taxi cabs was losing money to people that was just driving their regular car, picking people up, right? And the worse the economy got, the more you had people moonlighting on the side after work. They drive around and get them a few dollars. So you had that. You also had, with the worse the economy got, people got less money, but they still got to handle their handles. So more cab drivers was getting robbed. People jumping in the cab, take me over here. Then when they get where they're going, they just get out and they're not paying. You know what I'm saying? And some cab drivers would attack people, you know what I'm saying? And people respond. People got stabbed, people got beat up, people got shot, stuff happened. So the cab drivers is like, yo, somebody got to do something about this. We losing money over here, we getting robbed over there. Somebody got to do something about this. Well, folks stepped in and did something about it. Hey, folks stepped in and did something about it. Right? DMX said it best. You got what you came for. Surgery with the chainsaw, right? They came in with Lyft, they came in with Uber, and now guess what? You don't have nothing to complain about anymore because you basically don't have a business. They put you out of business, right? So instead of you getting whatever you was getting, now it's a wrap. You're getting pretty much nothing. So the taxi cab business has dwindled down. In some places, it has disappeared completely. In some places, it has disappeared completely. In some places, you still have remnants. Like you might have an airport service, or you might have like an OJ kind of service. An OJ thing is like a high class car. But even now, Uber and Lyft is trying to put the high class car business out of business because they got that on the apps now too, where you can order, you can pay for a larger car, or you could pay for like so now they putting all them folks out of business. But that's what you get when you ask them people outside you, for help. Well, nobody can get the Culture Vulture book anymore. The Culture Vulture book is officially out of publication. So you obviously got it. But yeah. So people got to try to get these books when they can. All right. So, but anyway, this was crazy for me because stuff like this would encourage me to keep studying, that there's literally like a line of light, a line of electricity. Like for me, that's highly spiritual stuff. Even though it's coming in the guise of science, to me, this is highly spiritual stuff. Like there's light-based breadcrumbs that your sperm follows to get to the egg. That's crazy all by itself. Like there's light or electricity-based, and really you don't really have one without the other. So you could say magnetism, you could say electricity, you could say light, right? He is I am him, slim with the tilted brim. So it really don't matter which one, because one is the other, which is the other, which is the other. Right? But yeah, so that's crazy. Anyway, the ability of sperm to move toward the egg directed by chemical signals. Calcium helps create an electrical gradient necessary for the directed movement, facilitating successful fertilization. Right? The presence of calcium allows the sperm to swim effectively towards the egg, enhancing the chances of conception. Iron. Right? All right. So we go through a bunch of these. Right? We go through a bunch of the different nutrients. Right? So we have discovered the first thing. Wait a minute. We have discovered the first thing about virtual book signing. It is not possible to read multiple. I don't know what made me think that we was getting ready to read 3 books in a matter of a couple of hours. I don't know what I was thinking. Right? Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, but so we're gonna skip through some of this stuff. Obviously, you get the book, then then you got some more stuff there, right? Let me see. Let's jump down. Okay. Yeah. So there's that, right? So that's in the book, even though it doesn't look as amazing as when you see it in the video of it. Actually, it might be a good idea to switch books, maybe. Yeah, maybe we should switch books. All right. Okay, yeah, we're gonna switch it up. But we might do some more of these. We might do some more of these. Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. This is the picture I was looking for specifically last night. Man, I got too much stuff floating around. Remember yesterday I was looking for something? We was going through Genesis. And I was talking about the part, and then my children start bugging, they start going crazy. They was trying to get to the dessert. They was trying to get to the dessert. Like, Dad, you gotta tell them people on the live stream, see you later. Right? But I was talking about the part in Genesis where it says God made man in his image. Right? That's the blueprint. So I think the problem when we go wrong is we're looking for the in our image to actually be a person. Like a head, eyes, 2 arms, leg, etc., etc. And I think the problem with that starts with us believing that consciousness only exists as a result of the brain. So if we put the idea on the table that consciousness comes from the brain, right? Then that takes a lot of other stuff off the table, right? It takes a lot of other stuff off the table. But if we have a mind open enough to conceive that consciousness can exist at multiple levels, even without what we would call organized, like a brain, then that changes the game drastically. Right? So if we start to view the brain more as a information processing unit, we will realize that, yeah, on a smaller scale, we have all kinds of other information processing units or ways of processing information where consciousness can exist at, much smaller scales. I don't think that life could exist without consciousness at smaller scales, right? Because what we have literally with complex organisms is self-organizing smaller ones, right? Self-organizing smaller ones. Like nobody guides cells into becoming people or elephants or dolphins, right? We just developing technology enough to peep in there and look at the development as it's happening, right? So all of that intelligence is already there because the material to encode that information is there, and all of those things already. Ooh. I got hot water on the stove bubbling over, right? But all of those mechanisms are already there, right? And of course, we have a book. Of course, we have a book on how that all started, right? The requirements, when, where, how, all of that good stuff, right? And it agrees with the biblical narrative. It agrees with the biblical narrative. It's a scientific telling of it, though. So it's alkaline, phosphorus-rich pools, right? Same story, right? Same story as we got in the Bible. Same story as we got from Kemet, right? You got to have, so dust of the ground, right? In the dust of the ground narrative, you have to, so there's a lot of stuff that you gotta know to be able to imply, or to know that it's being implied, right? So if you don't know anything about soil or dirt, then you don't know that like you can't create life out of desert sand or topsoil, right? So even with full belief in God, right, we need to not be ridiculous, right? There's different types of soil. There's different types of soil. So you need to know that this is talking about soil that is on a river bank, or on the banks of, on the outside of some lakes, some rivers, some streams. And in the Bible, you have that, right? When they tell you where the garden is located, right? So you automatically get, oh, well, the garden obviously is in between rivers. So this is super rich what? This is super rich, dark soil. Grand opening, grand closing. Right? I seen them debates online. They still debating in 2024. Was the Israelites or Jesus a white man or a black man? I think every year as it gets closer to Christmas, those debates heat up. I think as it gets closer to Christmas, those debates always heat up. You know what I'm saying? So there's that, right? But the science part changes those types of questions, right? The science part changes those types of questions. Because it's only one type of soil, right? So anyway, this is the blueprint for life. Cells. Cells is the universal blueprint for all life. We forget in Genesis, right? We forget in the Genesis story that people aren't the only things being created. Right? People aren't the only things being created. Plants, birds, fish, animals, little creepeth things. How would the Bible say? Little creepeth things. Yeah, little creepeth things is being created. So one creation needs to account for everything. And there's only one type of creation that can account for everything. And that's the creation of cells. That's the creation of cellular life on this planet. Right? All right. So I wanted to try to read multiple books. I feel like if I switch, though, I might be missing out on stuff. Well, you guys could just get the books. I kind of got into reading this, though. You know what I'm saying? I told y'all I'm a bibliophile. So I kind of got into I was getting into this book. All right. We might do this again. I don't know. I'll see what type of feedback I get from the people. All right. So let's switch over to this book. Let's switch over to the pocketbook. Right? This is the pocketbook. This is the pocketbook. These need to be going crazy. Let me say this. Let me do an infomercial. Right? These books right here need to be going out like crazy for Christmas gifts. Every single 12-year-old girl, 13-year-old girl, like soon as they get their period, here you go. Here you go. When people have baby showers, if they're having a girl, here you go. Baby shower gifts, 12th birthday, 13th birthday, or maybe you a little bit more conservative, quinceañeras, you know what I'm saying? Sweet 16s. Here you go. Right? These books need to be, this is a cheat code. This is a really good way to say I love you to a little girl or to a new mom of a little girl. Right? And even if you know a single dad out there, bruh, I so wish, I cannot even explain to you how I wish I had an EnQi. Be like, yo, bro, just hold on to this right here. You're gonna need this with all, yeah, with this, yeah. Figure that out. with seven girl, you're gonna need that, right? Seriously, because we don't really spend much time. We don't really spend time figuring out how to take care of the JJs. Penises either, respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Like, outside of, yo, don't pee on the toilet. That's the training most little boys get. Don't pee on the toilet. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta have some training. And the little girls is much more important because obviously they're gonna be a part of creating the next generation. Is there consciousness without a cell? Now that right there could be that's a crazy question right there. That's a grand opening, grand closing. There is no such a thing as consciousness without a cell. But here's the thing that I'm gonna say with that. Here's the disclaimer I'm gonna put to this. As of this moment, there's no such a thing as consciousness without a cell, right? But they're working on it. It's called artificial intelligence. The Satanists are at work. The Satanists are at work because they cannot be fully in power until they can duplicate God's work. So the Satanists are at work. You know what I'm saying? The Satanists are definitely at work trying to figure something out. They are trying to figure something out. Right? But they're going to have to make a synthetic. That's what the technology is going towards, synthetic cells. But even with the synthetic cells, you couldn't really figure it out. Now that they figured out melanin, they're a lot closer. And mind you, that article was released 10 years ago. That article was released 10 years ago. So that's why with my brother's passing, it's become, to me, you know, more important to be more vocal about certain things. Right? So now that they figured out melanin, right? Melanin is light processing, right? Light processing, right? Or the highest it's the most efficient natural material at light processing, which is the reason why all throughout the more important brain structures, you have melanin, right? This is the reason why it's important for me to put out the last few books, right? So we could get an understanding of what real spirituality is, right? Because if our body's electric, think about it like this, right? If our body's electric, then spirituality, right, has to operate along those means. And we know that our bodies are electric, right? We know that our bodies are electric, and we know also that our bodies are magnetic, and we know that our bodies are also luminous because the three is the one and the one is the three. They're all three together, right? Anywhere you have electricity flowing, you're going to have magnetism flowing. Anywhere you have alternating electricity and magnetism, you have light. So we know that that's the basis and the core of how life, you know, presents itself, right? So for me, spirituality and reproduction, all of those things we got to address from that. Like, a lot of people are lazy, right? And that's where my beef be. But even though I'm trying to go into the new year and not really, you know, down the brothers and blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? But my pet peeves a lot of times be with people being satisfied with the selfishness, right? So whether you got exposed to Dr. Sebi or whether you got exposed to Robert O. Becker, right? We got it, right? They were the pioneers in different spheres, but they was both pioneering the idea that the body is electric, right? At least in our time, right? They were pioneering this because we can go back to Anton Mesmer, right? Anton Mesmer was, you know, he went down for it. He's one of my favorite people. You know what I'm saying? He's one of my favorite people in history to study. Anton Mesmer. If you never heard of Anton Mesmer is like the GOAT when it comes to magnetism in the human body, right? So he was one of my favorite people to study in history. You know what I'm saying? But his thing wasn't that the body's electric. His thing was the body's magnetic. So that's a problem that I recognized early on before I even learned who Dr. Sebi was. because I was studying Anton Mesmer when I was still in school. I didn't even know who Dr. Sebi was at the time. You know what I'm saying? I learned about the holistic stuff backwards. Most people learn about the holistic stuff, and then the holistic stuff gets them interested in science. I was interested in science, and then science eventually brought me around to holistic stuff, right? So I was studying Anton Mesmer in grade school. And Anton Mesmer, his theory was that the body is magnetic and that you could basically heal all diseases by adjusting the body's magnetism. And so he hooked up a whole bunch of stuff with copper and magnets and all kind of stuff. And he was doing experiments on folks, and he healed a bunch of folks, but he didn't heal a couple of folks. And, you know, the people that were generating money in other ways, you know, they wanted to see him fail. And so, you know, this, you know how the story goes when you're a visionary, a pioneer, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, he was definitely a pioneer in terms of, let me see what time period that was. Let me see what time period that was, right? A lot of people be trying to throw Fritz Pop in the mix as a pioneer. I studied a lot of Fritz Pop, like I said, back in the 90s, but Fritz Pop information leads nowhere. So I'm not really a fan of, I mean, like I said, I studied Fritz Pop stuff, but it's not really coherent. So you wind up going in a circle. You know, this guy, yeah, he was GOAT level with it. He was GOAT level with it. He was GOAT level with it. Right? So he's in the early 1800s. Early 1800s. So now you got to think about it. Now you got to think about what's this guy's name? Dang, let me see if he's. Let me see if he's a part of this story here. Okay, hold on. Right? Okay, so now look at this. Oh, my bad. Hold on. There you go. Right? So now look at this. There's no, this is in my mind. Right? This is in my mind. Right? This is in my mind. I don't think, and this is just my opinion, right? But I believe in the butterfly effect heavily. I'm a heavy believer in the butterfly effect, meaning something you're doing, right? Especially like this, right? And I'm a heavy believer in it because I've seen the results myself. I've seen the results myself, right? Meaning you teaching a room full of people, you're talking to them, and it might be 50 people in the room. It might be 30 people in the room, right? Out of that 30 people, you know, 28 of those people, you know, hey, bro, that was deep. And they're going to walk out and their life is going to be, they're going to go back to doing what they was doing, right? But one or two of those people is going to really take what you're saying serious. And then that person is going to start to influence other people, and then so on and so forth. And it goes down the line. So you really don't know, you know what I'm saying, the full impact of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So Anton Mesmer was as popular as a person could be back in that time. Like now we think of popular like TV, radio, social influencer and stuff like that. But back in the 1700s, 1800s, like it was all word of mouth. You know what I'm saying? And Anton Mesmer was as popular as you could be at that time. And he was promoting magnetism in people, magnetism in animals, magnetism as the source of life, right? So I don't personally think that we get a Maxwell. I don't think we get a Maxwell without a Mesmer, right? I don't think we get a Maxwell without a Mesmer, right? But yeah, these are people considered GOAT level. Even Max Planck, right? Even Max Planck, I don't think we get any of these guys without having this guy, right? Because he was early on. And when you're the early person, you got to take the knives and the arrows in your back, and nobody throws any respect on your name. You're just a guy saying a bunch of crazy stuff that people don't really, people haven't really got, you know what I mean? So there's that, you know what I'm saying? But he influenced me. He influenced me. So later on, when I started to reading, when I started to find out about Sabi and Robert Becker, it was building on the same, you know what I'm saying? It was already building on that same line of information. Like, wait a minute. Science is not saying anything different than the Bible is saying. Why are we living in society where it seems like we seem to be trying to be stupid? Like at the point where religion and science is saying the same thing, because religion is saying light and sound. Science is saying magnetism and electricity. Well, it just so happens that those things goes together. Those things goes together, right? But I guess it didn't become popular until after yes, Einstein made a lot of stuff popular. Yeah, Einstein was the rock and roll star. But it was really more like those guys, and then a bunch of guys that you won't ever hear about, like Steinmetz and Heaviside, Oliver Heaviside, Stein. I can't think of Steinmetz's first name, but Oliver Heaviside. People should know J.J. Thomas' name, right? And I know somebody might be like, well, these is all a bunch of white folks. Well, we wasn't doing that well inside that epic, inside that window of time. We wasn't doing that well, right? We wasn't doing that well, right? So the idea is not to say, well, black folk, we up right now. We up right now, and we still not doing. So it's bigger than money at this point, right? It's bigger than money at this point, because at that time we could say, well, in the 1800s we wasn't really. It was kind of ugly back then. We had a lot of, we ain't really. We could make a lot of excuses for why we wasn't out there. You know what I'm saying? And we had the Louis Latham. We had some folks that was moving around. You know what I'm saying? But we had some carvers, and we had some folks moving around, but we don't have the emphasis on it. Like even now, we got millionaires and billionaires. And millionaires and billionaires are trying to figure out how to sell liquor to black kids. The black millionaires and billionaires are trying to figure out how to sell ramen noodles, potato chips, and liquor to black kids. That's it. Right? Or sell them some sneakers. I can't forget about the athletes. So the athletes going to sell your kids some sneakers. All the other millionaires and billionaires from the Black and Latino community are interested in selling ramen noodles, potato chips, and alcoholic beverages to your kids. That is it. So when we have conversations about who was building what and creating what, woo, 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 we stuck. We got to go back. So folks be like, yo, why y'all always mentioning Egypt? We haven't really been getting busy since then. Yeah. When the Greeks came in and did their thing, they that was masterful. Because we've been out of the game, sitting on the side of the bench, watching and complaining for a long time. For a long time. Right? For a long time, we've been sitting on the bench. You know what I'm saying? And to a large extent, we still sitting on the bench. You know what I'm saying? So I see Jaylen Brown out there, but hey, my phone ain't ring yet. You know what I'm saying? I see LeBron out there, but my phone ain't ring yet. So we got to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So when I call out the heavyweights and we're not in that group, we're just not in that group. Right? But these are the early guys. Anton Mesmer was definitely the early guy with the animal magnetism. And a lot of what he was talking about and what he was doing got translated into other science. So nowadays, it's perfectly legitimate to check the brain health by using magnetism. Like that's well accepted science. When he was saying that, it was quackery. It was quackery, right? But that's what they was on, using magnetism to, you know, to deal with psychology and psychosis and mental illnesses and all kinds of different, you know, all kinds of different applications. All right, so we over here, we in the pocketbook, right? The pocketbook. That's what the name of it really is. It's the Soulcraft Pocketbook, right? If you're a man and you have daughters or a wife, you should read this book. If you're a woman, you could forget about it, okay? You should not only read this book, but you should be forcing this book on every other woman in your family. Older, same age group, younger. Yeah, they need it. All right. So let's see what we could do in this book. All right. Peace to you and yours. I know this book cover is crazy, but the science inside is not. Okay. And yeah, I did get some folks that said the book cover is crazy. Do you really have a big sick, you got a big sick vagina on the cover? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We have a big sick vagina on the cover of the book. Peace to you and yours. I know the book cover is crazy, but the science inside it is not, I promise. In 1990, there was 5 million cases of fibroids. In 2019, there was almost 10 million. with Black women leading the way. We have found an incredibly successful way to handle this issue, and it's long overdue to hit the masses. We start with the smallest life forms in your body and work backwards. The microbiome, microvirome, oh, excuse me, the mycobiome, the microvirome, and the microbiome. Okay. The mycobiome is the fungus inside your body, the fungus population. The microvirome is the viral population, and the microbiome, everybody knows already, right? The bacteria population inside your body. We had noticed correlations with many illnesses when the cause or solution is unknown. We have nicknamed bacteria, viruses, and fungi the 1, 2, 3. The 1, 2, 3 has been enough to balance the growth of the human population. But now we have chemicals, industrial created chemicals being released in the environment that humans nor any other life forms on this planet have ever been exposed to. Dig this. It's not just your body freaking out to the chemicals you need to deal with. The 1, 2, 3 can change their behavior in your body. Like a population of bacteria, for example, that was once protective can be dangerous or pathogenic, disease forming. This is especially true if we are already starving them, right? So just want to drive this point home. Hold on for a second. Let me see if I can make this bigger. There we go. There we go. Okay, hold up. We lit. No, that's too big. I can't see the whole thing myself. I think that's good right there. Yeah, that's perfect right there. Okay. So I want to drive this point home though. So you got fungi that live in your body. You got bacteria, you got viruses, right? Over time, your cells have grown accustomed to fungi, bacteria, and the viruses that they carry, pretty much bacteriophages, right? So you have two types of viruses. You have viruses that's floating around doing their own thing, and then you have bacteriophages. Bacteriophages are viruses that live inside of cells, right? Mostly bacteria, mostly single cell organisms, but they can live inside your cells too. You got a whole bunch of bacteriophages in your body, right? Whole nother conversation. But over the years, our body has grown accustomed to dealing with them. They have grown accustomed to dealing with us, right? So these are the quote unquote good bacteria. Good bacteria have good bacteriophages, right? We have populations of fungi like yeast or candida that over the years we have grown a symbiotic relationship with, meaning they live off of us, but we kind of charge them rent, right? They live off of us, they live in us, but we kind of charge them rent, right? So they got to do stuff for us, right? And pretty much they do. All of the populations that live in our body as good populations help us out in one shape, form, or fashion, whether that's helping us make vitamins or nutrients or fighting off, other stuff that's, that can mess with our, kind of like the guardian angels or something, like I don't know if you know about that in New York. The Guardian Angels was like a gang, but they was like a good gang. So they would fight off other gangs. You know what I'm saying? So at one point, the city liked the Guardian Angels. And then I forgot what mayor we had came in and he started locking up the Guardian Angels and it was a whole mess. But something to that effect, right? Something to that effect. The Guardian Angels was like the Spanish version of like what the Zulu Nation was at one point, right? Because the Zulu Nation formed from a bunch of different gangs, and they had like a kind of protect the neighborhood vibe, you know what I'm saying? But they was like still doing their thing, but just in a non-violent kind of way, where the Guardian Angels completely formed to stop all crime. You know what I'm saying? The problem came in later on as guns started to circulate and stuff like that. I think that's where the Guardian Angels got in trouble. Because when it was just knives and fist fights and sticks and bats, the Guardian Angels, you know, they was a force to be reckoned with. They was a force to be reckoned with. But once people start having guns, oh, it was a wrap for the Guardian Angels. One 17-year-old with a gun, 20 Guardian Angels. You still no match. You still no match. Because he got 17 gang members with him. And his 17 gang members, one of those gang members can hit 2 or 3 people, depending on the caliber of the pistol, right? It'll go through the first person and into the second person. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, once pistols started to become a thing, pistols weren't always a thing. But once they got more popular, then like that was it. And I think they became more vigilant to try to, you know, they was starting to carry more weapons, and it started to get crazy. But that's how the bacteria, the viruses, and the fungi in your body, I ain't gonna say that's supposed to be in there, but have been in there for over time, right? Because you gotta assume when we're talking about from the dust to the ground includes all that, right? All that's in the dirt of the ground, bacteria, all that's in there. So from the earliest of times, this has been present, right? And one of the things that came up, this is when I knew Reggie was kind of really, really slow. We having an exchange. We having our exchange, our now infamous exchange, right? And he thought he had a point. And I was like, yo, did he think he just had a moment? And then other people in the chat, they was like cheering. And I was like, yo, these people need help. He was like, EnQi, we don't want to go into all of the ingredients that's in the cures in the pap ride, do we, EnQi? Because it'll embarrass the community. And I'm like, wait. People start cheering and going crazy. I'm like, I'm comfortable with, like, I want to go into that. What are you talking about? You don't want to go into that because you don't understand that. I'm comfortable going into that. And what he was talking about was, I was bringing up the Egyptian pap ride. And what he was talking about was that a lot of the ingredients, like this poop, you know what I'm saying? There's poop in a lot of the quote unquote cures for different ailments, right? But I was comfortable with bringing that up because that was pioneering. That was, they was thousands of years ahead of their time, right? Thousands of years ahead of their time. Because what are we doing now? For allergies and certain digestive disorders, even for certain types of cancers, autoimmune diseases, people get a fecal transplant. And that is considered cutting edge science, a fecal transplant. They are transplanting poop from one person, a healthy person, into your digestive system. So you don't have to eat it. They would just shove it up in there. The Egyptians came up with that first. It was like, yo, it's something in different types of poop that works. So I wouldn't make the claim that they knew what was in the poop. You know what I'm saying? But with how far ahead they was, I would not make the claim that they did not either, right? I would just stand on what's there. They knew that there was something in the poop and different types of poop, right? So now science has given us a window to be able to, name and label different strains of bacteria, right? And we still kind of do it that same way because we have them labeled as per where they come from, right? So these are from rotten milk. These are from, rotten vegetables. These are from animal waste or this or that or the other, right? And so we have these strands of them that we've collected, whether it's from animal poop, whether it's from yogurt, whether it's from wherever, and we're farming them now, mass producing them, right? So now people can take a capsule, right? We have some of them on the website, AmericanHealer.website. We have vegan probiotics, right? Hint, hint, wink, wink on the website, right? I need to probably do a separate video on this cholesterol challenge because I know people looking at that like, what is that, right? In the book, Speak It Into Existence, we outline a program to drop your cholesterol 20, 40, 20 to 40 points, right? And we want people to jump on it. So we want to do a challenge, right? See how many people we can get to take advantage of dropping their cholesterol in the month of December, where typically it is the most dangerous to have high levels of cholesterol, right? The lower the sun gets, probably need to write this down so I remember to tell people later. Right? The less sun available, the more problematic cholesterol is. Why? Because you're not converting it as fast. People don't exercise as much. People eat heavier food. All of the above, right? So December, January typically are the worst months for cholesterol, right? But anyway, hopefully I'm making some sense with the microbiomes thing, and we can get back to what we was doing, right? Because we didn't got away from the book, and it is now almost 8 o'clock. All right, so we was talking about poop, right? And the bacteria. Oh, so that's what I was saying. Let me just restate that before we go back in, right? I'll be getting lost in what I'm talking about. So what I was saying is, it's not just you that has to worry about these chemicals, right? So all of these synthetic chemicals that we getting exposed to, like in the 40-day fruit fast book where I talk about the tap water, right? especially if your body's not used to it. Right? It's probably on my bed. Yeah, it's probably on my bed. Ooh. That's that work right there, boy. Ooh. But yeah, it's on my bed. But yeah, so you got to worry about how all of these new industrial chemicals is going to influence the bacteria in your body, how it's going to influence the fungus in your body, how it's going to influence, the viruses that are, being carried by the fungus and the bacteria. Like, so it's not just you now. You got to think this is levels deep, the reaction to some of this stuff. So we have to really speed up and figure out how to get our lymphatic system at a high level. If I could only have like 5 or 10 of these books on an island with me, this would be one of them. This would be one of them. It'd be tough to pick between all of the books, but this would be one of them. GOAT level, right? But we got to figure out how to get the lymphatic system to function at its best to get this stuff out of the body as fast as possible and as efficiently as possible. And it is not possible to avoid the chemicals. So if that's what you're thinking, your body is probably vulnerable. There's a lot of people who's thinking that they spending thousands of dollars on shower filters and all kinds of other crazy stuff and zero attention and energy on their lymphatic system. Am I saying that the filter systems and all those things are a waste of money? No. But what I'm saying is you're definitely putting the cart before the horse, right? So the time and the money should be spent on figuring out your lymphatic system first, then go shopping for your gadgets, right? Go shopping for your gadgets, get your gadgets, right? But figure out the lymphatic system first, right? Figure that out. Figure out the spleen. Figure out the kidney. Like, figure out your lymphatic system and the auxiliary, right? Because the spleen, yes, but not so much the kidney. Kidney's not really considered part of the lymphatic system, but it should be. It's like it's auxiliary, right? The kidney has to sift through the fluids and, so, but anyway, another conversation. All right. So Amazon, blah, blah, blah. What am I talking about right here? Oh, I'm just thanking God to be blessed with the opportunity to be on Amazon. Right? And who knows how long that will last. So go and get those books, right? All right. Endocarditis is when the 1, 2, 3 grows out of control on the heart valves called vegetation. What? Endocarditis typically occurs when germs enter the bloodstream and attach to damaged areas of the heart. Right? So this is important because this is how people get heart disease. And we often don't think of this. Right? So people that don't brush their teeth every day, right? People that don't brush their teeth every day, you have a much higher risk for heart disease, right? Now, am I saying brush your teeth after every meal? Yes, that's how you're supposed to do it. That's how you're supposed to do it. But even if you only brushed your teeth once a day, right? Once a day, you will still be good, right? If that brushing the teeth happens before you go to bed, which is the brushing the teeth that most people forget. Most people that only brush their teeth once a day brush their teeth when they get up early in the morning. Because again, our whole idea of hygiene is backwards. Our hygiene is based on impressing other people. It's not based on staying alive, right? It's not based on staying alive. So we brush our teeth early in the morning because we don't want to go to school and have stinking breath. We don't want to be the kid on the school bus or however we get to school with the stink breath. We get to the world, you know, start being interested in boys and girls. We don't want to, you know, we don't want to run off the chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want to be attractive. So your breath, you know what I'm saying? You're going to work, your breath, you know what I'm saying? But somewhere around high school or whatever, we start to figure out breath mints and stuff like that. And that kind of takes the place of people focusing in on brushing their teeth. So we kind of regress with chewing gum and peppermints and all that kind of stuff, right? So, and those things actually makes the problem worse, right? Those things makes the problem worse. So I tell people, if you got stink breath, just have stink breath. Unless you are doing something incredibly opportunistic, like some once in a lifetime situation, you know what I'm saying? You don't really need to fix your breath with candy or other sweets, right? If you can goggle real quick, go goggle. I suggest people do that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you in a situation, your breath stinks, right? Go to the store, or if you're in one of those places where you don't have stores and y'all have like gas stations or 7-Elevens, go there and grab you a cheap bottle of mouthwash, or go grab you a cheap bottle of peroxide and go goggle out your mouth. Go, get some water, goggle again with whatever you got, mouthwash or peroxide. Wash your mouth out. You'll be good. You'll be good. That's the better way to handle it, right? Because stink breath comes from a bunch of bacteria and fungus that's now populating in your mouth. And the worst, most dangerous kind of bacteria and fungus that live in your mouth is the ones that's in there looking for sugar. Yeah. And if you want to test it out, test it out. You can't really get a full test if you're a vegan, but if you're still in the omnivore space where you eat everything, test it out. Go to bed tonight after you eat meat only. Pause. Go get you some, just eat meat only. Have you a Atkins dinner, meat only, right? And go to sleep without brushing your teeth and wake up and evaluate how your mouth feels, how dirty it is. You can feel all the bacteria in there. You can feel how dirty your mouth is. Now, the next day, right? Go to bed. Like before you go to bed, have yourself like some sugary something, some ice cream or some cookies or some white rice and whatever, French fries and ketchup. Like have some sugary stuff. Go to sleep. Don't brush your teeth and wake up and see what it is. When you go to sleep without brushing your teeth after having sugary stuff, not only is your breath going to be stinking, but you're going to feel it. If you do that 2 or 3 days in a row, you're going to feel like you're sick. You're going to have mucus. Your nose will be stopped up. Like all of the things that come with having a flu or a cold, at least the upper respiratory symptoms, you're going to have that just from not brushing your teeth. And it's not going to have nothing to do with your immune system or none of that. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to be the fact that those bacteria starting here, starting from the bottom, now they starting here, but they're traveling. And once those things start to circulate in your bloodstream, right? They populate on your red blood cells everywhere, and they get around to your heart. And when they get around to your heart, it causes endocarditis.
Myron!
Ooh, I can't stand.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks. What
You
talking
called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. Biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? I got all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I went to I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron. Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no.
Yeah, well, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah, your animals to the shit. Animal, baby. The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
All of that. Come on, I got hot water on the stove already. So you could get you some oatmeal or some tea or something and get your life going. Oatmeal. Oh, no, sir. Hello. Take that down the road. Daddy duties. All right, so endocarditis typically occurs when germs enter the bloodstream and attach to the damaged areas of the heart. Common causes include bacterial infections. Most cases of endocarditis are caused by bacteria that normally reside in the mouth or on the skin. These bacteria enter the bloodstream during dental procedures, cuts, or infections. Fungal infections. In rare cases, now let me just add this part right here because I don't want nobody to feel falsely safe. Where it says right here, infections, right? It's all different types of levels to infections, right? So if you brush your teeth and when you spit out, it's blood or it's red, you know, you got a little bit of blood inside your, when you spit, that means A, you got a low level infection, right? Just assume that to be the fact, right? Just assume that to be the fact. You got low level infection, and B, you probably don't have enough vitamin C, right? So those two things you need to do, right? Those two things you need to do. And if that's the case, if you brush your teeth and spit and it's any amount of pink or red or whatever, you need some peroxide. Brush them dogs. Brush them doggies. Brush them doggies with peroxide. If you have children, right? If you have children, right? If they too little, they can't really use peroxide because you don't want them swallowing no peroxide at all, right? But if you have children, what you could do is once or twice a month, right? Once or twice a month, you could take the toothbrush. If they little, you could do it for them, but just brush their teeth lightly with the peroxide, have them spit it out, and then let them brush their teeth regular. If you got big kids, they could do it on their own. You know what I'm saying? You put a little cap full of peroxide in the mouthwash cup, but without the mouthwash, because the mouthwash usually has alcohol in it. It'll neutralize the peroxide. So you put a little cap full of peroxide together, let them dip their toothbrush in it, and before they do anything, right? So this is before they brush their teeth with toothpaste or baking soda or whatever they got going on, or tooth powder. You know, I know my holistic folks got tooth powders, right? Before they put anything in their mouth, on the early morning tip on the wake up, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is good to do on the wake up, not before bed. On the wake up, a little bit of peroxide on the toothbrush, like let them dip it, and then top and the bottom, tell them to go behind the teeth, behind the roof of the mouth, tongue, everything. That's like a reset. That's like hitting the factory reset button on bacteria in your mouth. Boop. You're going to reset, zip, back to zero. You know what I'm saying? So once or twice a month, it's good to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because children, forget about it. You know what I'm saying? But that's a nice little cheat code right there anyway. So even people that's trying to exercise, especially smokers, if you a smoker and you never brush your teeth with peroxide, you need to hit the Cash App right now. Listen, if you a smoker and you never brush your teeth with peroxide, you need to just go hit the Cash App right now, send me some money, and then go to the supermarket and go get you some peroxide. Like, right now. Not now, but right now. Because this is one of the things that contributes to the lung issues and heart issues associated with smoking. And it does not matter what you're smoking. Period. It does not matter what you're smoking. Cigarettes, blunt wraps, Black and Mild, Fonto, you name it. I'm sure there's new things. Cone, joint, whatever, thingies, whatever. K2. yeah, cats be smoking all kind of. Oh, yeah. The pulls is good. Yeah, the pulls is good. To definitely do the pulls, but that is not now all of the oil pulling is good, but that's not in place of the peroxide, right? The peroxide is a super duper cheat code. The peroxide is a super duper cheat code. Like, so if you oil pulling and you're using tooth powders and all of those other things, those are great. But you still need to incorporate like once a month, or depending on how much, whatever you got going on, maybe more. But once a month or so, you need to have that peroxide on deck. You need to have that peroxide on deck. And if you're smoking, more. If you're a person that you already got bleeding going on, you need that. You need that. If you got bleeding going on, see, I would say, so we have the antiviral kit, right? We got a detox kit, which is on sale for Black Friday, right? 50% off. We take $100 off the price, right? So we got a detox kit, but we also have an antiviral kit on the website. In my house, what we do is the same way I said, like put a little bit of the peroxide and we drop 1 or 2 drops. The oil is strong, so you don't need but 1 or 2 drops. 1 or 2 drops onto the toothbrush and that'll help. That'll help. And I learned that firsthand because I was trying to do the oil pulling. So when I first got Chase, when I first got custody of Chase, Chase was about 6 years old or something like that. And he had big, like, I had Chase for maybe, I don't know, I had Chase for maybe, I want to say maybe a month or so, maybe a couple of months. Maybe a couple months, and he started complaining about his mouth. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't really think nothing of it, especially since I had him for a couple of months, and he eating, you know, we in Whole Food, and So I'm like, you not brushing your teeth, boy, go brush your teeth. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why your mouth messed. You know, that's why your mouth messed up. You got to go brush them joints. And so, he kept complaining. And so I was like, let me look in there. You know what I'm saying? And when I looked in there, he had big, like, abscesses, and it looked so like my heart just fell through my butt. When you're in them situations where you're so scared, it seemed like your heart just come out your butt. Like, it was one of those situations, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know what, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know what to do. I never seen no little boy mouth that was that crazy before. So I hit him with the peroxide brushing. Then I put a little antiviral oil on the toothbrush. And then after that, I took the Chemiluminescence, the capsule, and I emptied the capsule onto his toothbrush and mixed it with his toothpaste. And we did that for a couple of weeks. Took him to the dentist. All that was cleared up. When we got to the dentist, his whole mouth was like, they was like, oh, this is amazing work. And I just looked at him and gave him a head nod, and he gave me back a head nod. And that was that. We was understood, didn't have to be said. But at that moment, when the dentist gave him like the super thumbs up, like, yeah, we wish more kids' teeth was, I said, we had a moment. And then when we left, we really got to discuss it. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, think about this. If they saying they wish more kids was, now, how many kids you think I could get their parents to brush their mouth with antiviral oil? You know what I'm saying? But so some things, I've been able to do with my children just because they minds that, other parents might think, I'm not doing that to my kid. All right, well, cool. They're going to start messing with their teeth, pulling them out, and you can have other expenses. You know what I'm saying? Like, so antiviral oil might be cheap. You know what I'm saying? When you think about what you can, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, his mouth was crazy. And it only took a couple of weeks. To get him back together. And he's always been on autopilot ever since then. Like, brushing his teeth is never something that I gotta, because he still got that fear in him from when he was a little boy of his mouth being crazy like that. So, yeah, I definitely believe in the oil. The oil is epic cheat code level, But I do know that it could get pricey. You know what I'm saying? Especially depending on the size of your family. You know what I'm saying? Because coconut oil is skyrocketed. Coconut oil prices are crazy right now. Coconut oil prices are crazy. So having a family goggling coconut oil, like that's a luxury in 2024. I don't know what Trump gonna do, but having a whole family of people goggling coconut oil every day, that might be crazy. And coconut oil it's got a lot of antimicrobial factors to it, but I don't think it's strong enough for you to do what I'm talking about. Like with the coconut oil, you need to goggle it, and you need to, use a considerable amount. You might be going through, with a family like mine, you might go through a bottle of coconut oil every 2 or 3 days. Where with that strong antiviral oil that we have on the site, 1 or 2 drops on the toothbrush, dry toothbrush, 1 or 2 drops on a dry toothbrush it's going to do the trick. It's going to do the trick. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but I definitely believe in it. The coconut oil pulling is GOAT level. Coconut oil is GOAT level, period. You know what I'm saying? Like I put it in our hot drinks. You know what I'm saying? I put little coconut oil in all of the hot drinks. If you put it in a cold drink, obviously it coagulates, but I put it in all our hot drinks. Sometimes I put it in the, hot, like sometimes I dress up the oatmeal with it. So yeah, coconut oil is GOAT level, right? But I didn't feel like this was something we needed to rush through, right? I want people to absorb this. As much as possible, because there's a lot of heart issues, right? Heart disease issues that people have, and they attribute into cholesterol and other things, but they smoking cigarettes or they smoking blunts every day and they ain't brushing their teeth. So it's like, bruh, you don't need to be, you don't necessarily need to be worried about cholesterol. You smoking 3, 4, 5, blunts, or you hanging out in the studio, so blunts is rotating. Then you doing cigarettes and you drinking alcohol, smoking Black and Milds because maybe you quit smoking weed or what. Like, you got a lot of other things that's going to affect your heart that you need to worry about. Those more immediate dangers than the cholesterol. The cholesterol ain't your biggest threat right now. Yeah.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
I better stop hating on my little Christmas jingle, man. That's a certified fact. But I'm used to this every year, Black Friday, getting up early from being a shopper, getting up early, running out there to look for deals, and then being on the other side, getting up early to help people with deals, you know what I'm saying? But this year, and we still got deals, you know what I'm saying? We got our Black Friday thing going on, right? But also, I've been listening to these Amazon trainings, and it said that I need to do like a virtual book signing, which is basically go on social media and read your books. So I was like, all right, just give me an opportunity to kind of knock out, you know, 2 birds with 1 stone. And then also I had to get Chase up and ready, because he got some basketball thing he got going on. So I was like, all right, I got to get up early at the crack of dawn anyway. But so it's just a matter of going to bed early. Yeah. But yeah, so that's an important one. And then also steroids or drug use, needles, right? Okay. Why is that important? Because women have heart tissue inside their vajayjay. Yes. Women have heart tissue inside the vajayjay. Very important. That heart tissue is called self-inductive muscle tissue. So the same way the heart has a beat, they have the same mechanism built into the vagina. So when they make babies, that's what starts their contractions. Is heart tissue inside the vajayjay, right? So important piece of information, right? This is very important as an example for the entire body, but more so for women. Men only have heart tissue in the heart. Women have heart tissue in their womb also. Cystic fibrosis is commonly characterized by airway colonization by both pathogenic bacteria and fungal species, specifically Candida. The interplay between these microorganisms can significantly affect the prognosis of the disease. Let me just say this, right? Let me just say this real quick. I'm sure y'all can see over here, or maybe if you can't, I don't know how y'all watching. If you're watching on your phone, you probably can't see. But I know somebody's watching this right now and thinking, it's a lot of information in that book right there. And that ain't got nothing to do with women. You talking about everybody's health. We're only on page 3. We only on page 3, right? So all of these books are important really for everybody to really get the information. Not just like women or children or whatever the case may be. I'm just emphasizing it for girls. But anyway, cystic fibrosis is commonly characterized by colonization by both pathogenic bacteria and fungal species, specifically Candida. The interplay between these microorganisms can significantly affect the prognosis of the disease. Candida, a type of yeast, has been linked to various health conditions, including its potential role in the pathogenesis of uterine fibroids. Research suggests that an overgrowth of Candida, particularly in relation to hormonal balance and gut health, may influence the development and symptoms associated with fibroids. The digestive, turn this hallway light out, please. Somebody. Thank you. The digestive system is crucial in maintaining hormonal balance with unhealthy bacteria and an overgrowth of yeast-like Candida, causing changes in estrogen structure. This can prevent the effective elimination of excess estrogens from the body, contributing to fibroid growth. Now, what I did not put in the book, I want to also talk about real quick. Right? So we talked about this before, and we've been talking about so many things. I feel like we haven't spent enough time, or maybe woke it up. You know what I'm saying? Woke it up in a while. So it's a good opportunity to wake it up. Men are losing their Y chromosomes. I'm going to say that again. People all the way in the back. Men are losing their Y chromosomes. Now, I'm not talking about men as a species. I'm not talking about men as a species. Right? I'm not talking about men as a species. I'm talking about men, like me and you, like men that are alive right now. Not boys, not future men, right? That's also happening, but that is a separate issue. What I'm talking about is men that are alive, right? You're having a Y chromosome count at 30. That is diminishing at 40, then 50, then 60. It's diminishing at, it's one at 15, 16, then it's another at 25, 30, 35. Like it's diminishing, right? And largely, we're losing our Y chromosomes because of lifestyle. No comment. What is that? What do I do with that? What do I do with that? Anime nigga. What do I do with that? Look at that picture right there. Look at that icon. Right? What do I do with this? Just no comment. But I had to put that comment up there because if I said that and didn't show y'all the comment, then y'all wouldn't believe that somebody has a Jason mask on with, what is that? Is that pink hair to match the pink hoodie and a cigarette? Like, it's just no way to. There's just no way to. Men are losing their Y chromosomes. That's back to what I'm saying. Right? So these things that we don't often discuss, because typically anything that affects fluctuating estrogen levels, we just, that's women. You know what I'm saying? We don't got to worry about that. That's women got to worry about that. That ain't even our business. We got to worry about that. We got to worry about that because we have fluctuating estrogen levels as well. And our fluctuating estrogen levels are fluctuating with our Y chromosomes. Yeah, fluctuating with it. Just saying. Anything that messes with the program messes with the program. So you want to keep your program together. Right. Okay. A diet low in sugar, refined carbohydrates, and dairy can help reduce yeast proliferation and support hormone balance. Foods high in fiber and organic produce are encouraged to promote better gut health and estrogen elimination. You will notice we will discuss sugar and sunlight, as well as exercise to promote proper muscle cytokines and myokines. This is why every woman should have this in their pocket or purse. That is why it is called a pocketbook. If this is not in your pocket, if you are not getting this book out as a menstruation guide, you tripping. When a girl gets her cycle, she needs to get this book. Okay, we went over this part. Okay. Fibrocystic fibrocystic tissue cheat codes from the food chemistry, right? All right, so we go over some cheat codes. All right, historic narrative. This probably should have been in the intro, first chapter to say the least, but my mind be all over the place. Let me give you the insight on how we got here. I honestly have never really understood the value of this information. I honestly am under threat, duress, and coercion from God. I experienced ictoacetole. I had a seizure and my heart stopped. They thought I was dead. I can never forget that experience, but like every other human experience, it cannot be duplicated, so it isn't science. There are a great many unscientific things that could be run through a scientific funnel to help come to some amazing scientific findings. In the allergy book, we outline a great deal of medical texts from ancient Egypt. In that pocket, in respect to the medical papyri, especially the Kahun papyrus, I began looking into myths. Okay, I think we're going to come back across spine, the womb, the wasp. Okay. So I think we're going to come back across the bacteria stuff and we can skip it. Right. I think in my previous work on fertility had given me an advantage. I realized decades ago what I'm doing or going through today is always preparation for what God needs me to do tomorrow. If you have never seen the inside of a human body, if you've never studied anatomy, you won't know your throat from your anus. Okay. I was taking some shots. Okay. All right. I was taking some shots. But in me taking shots, I was getting to the reason why we don't know our anatomy, right? Because the best way to teach something or learn something is through your passion. The best way to teach something or learn something is through your passion. So if you are passionate about the Bible teaches a lot of health information and a lot of anatomical information that you should be using the Bible to guide your inner studies with. Right? So I have a problem with people that study the Bible that omit all of those things. They don't pay any attention. They don't observe those things. Right? I have a problem with people that study the Quran and they do the same thing. They omit the deeper truths and the deeper studies and the jewels about the anatomy and the diet and the biochemistry. I have a problem with people that are passionate about ancient Egypt more than anything else, because ancient Egypt is the foundation for all global anatomical and medical study. So to study ancient Egypt and not be studying the body is a crime. Is a crime. And with the Bible and the Quran, you kind of got to be well versed enough to look for certain things. But with ancient Egypt, like literally, you got a gynecology papyri. Like you ain't got to look that far. It's literally labeled the gynecology papyri. Like, why aren't you, if you're a lady and you like ancient Egyptian studies and all that, why haven't you looked in there? It's because whoever you're following that's guiding you through your studies, they haven't pointed you in that direction. So for me, there's a lot of bad teachers. And when I take it a step further and realize the larger play, the residual grease effect, right? But then it becomes really problematic because I realize that people they're not teaching, they're hiding truth, right? They're keeping people dumbed down. And then they've got relationships. A lot of these liberal education people. Oh, I got a degree in such and such and such and such. What liberal you got liberal education. I gotta watch you. You gotta watch these folks, right? So that's all. That's all that was. That's all that was, right? Because this is what we need to know, right? This is what we need to know, right? This is one of the reasons why the Y scepter was so important, right? At least in the scientific space, right? Because new life depends on it. Not only does your life depend on it, right? All health depends on the aorta more than any other thing in the body. Period. More than your heart, more than your lungs, more than your brain, more than anything else. This is the most important piece in your body. Period. The most important thing. The most important thing. So we're not highlighting the Jed pillar before we figure out this. Otherwise, the Jed pillar is not even that deep. It's not even that deep. Because this is what allows the spine to function. Without the aorta, there's no spinal function. Yeah, oh yeah, but you got the nerves is connected. All that need blood. All that need blood. And then that has to be synchronized with the rest of the body. Right? And so your reproductive parts are snuggled right on in up under there. Right? Snuggled in right up under there. Right? Very important. Your reproductive system is snuggled in right up under there. Right? All right. All right. So now you have some familiarity with what was known as the EnQi Jed. Right? This right here, the vagina, right? Associated with the Ankh. This right here, the aorta, associated with the was. And then, of course, the aorta tied to the spine, right? This is a cut of the spine. So you can see how the aorta is tied to and around the spine, right? How it is tied to and around the spine. All right? Super important, right? Super important. All right. All right, so then we have a little Y scepter moment where we go into the face, right? The eye and the mouth. Well, the mouth is this right here. That's connected to the heart, right? This is basically sucking the blood out, right? But then the eye is pigment, right? You have pigments up there, right? Now, because it's December, you might look at this and start thinking about reindeer. Right? Chemoreceptors. Right? Anyway. The aorta we wrote about in the protein shake Fountain of Youth book produces over 3,000 different types of youth compounds. The aorta is just the organ that carries the blood around the body. It's not just the organ that pumps the cerebral spinal fluid in the brain. The aorta is the super highway that connects your heart and your spine to your genitals. Okay? So all of those things your magical aorta does, right? Carries the blood around the body, pumps the cerebral spinal fluid in the brain, connects the heart and the spine to your genitals, and more, right? It also produces the youth compounds that keep your body young, right? So all of the compounds that come through the blood into your skeletal muscle, into your organs, all of those things to maintain the age, to keep them young and vibrant and working, are produced by and circulated through the aorta. All of the veins, arteries, vessels, and capillaries grow from the aorta. They are extensions of it. I cannot believe we never hear about the aorta. We don't learn about it with regard to disease either. It's here that cardiovascular disease, blood disease, reproductive issues, sex issues, brain issues, Alzheimer, dementia. Okay, I'll stop. You get it. This is where I found a way to heal and quiet the inflammation in the muscle cells of the womb. In my research, it begins with restoring the divine perspective for reproduction in the womb itself. The womb is the cradle of civilization. Fibroid, 1848, from fiber and oid, right? Fiber, a lobe of the liver. Entrails, which is of uncertain origin. A thread, a string to split. Thread-like structures in animal bodies, right? Important to know, right? So I like to get to the definitions of these terms to help you to learn how to see the body, to see the issues, and think of complementary ways outside of whatever you see in the book or don't see in the book. Like, help your mind to be able to wrap itself around what you got going on, or potentially what you have going on, in order to prevent some things, right? So we go through the definition of fiber, the etymological definition, and then, of course, we want to look up oid, right? We want to be able to put that together, right? This is where fibroid comes from, fiber plus oid, so we want to put that together, right? So we have that, right? A word forming element, meaning like that, of a thing, like a, right, or a form, to see, to know, right? So I think in this context, it's interesting to note that filament is in here. Interesting to note that filament is in there, because filament is strictly electrical, right? Strictly electrical, right? But form and thread-like structure in animal bodies, right? And then obviously some low-hanging fruit, pun intended. Right? Okay. Sun worship was a central element of ancient Egyptian religion, reflecting the significance of the sun as a source of life, power, and divine authority. The worship of solar deities permeated various aspects of daily life, cosmology, and the political structure of ancient Egypt. Ra, often considered the primary sun god, Ra was seen as a created deity and the ruler of the gods. He was typically depicted as a falcon-headed figure crowned with a solar disk. Ra's daily journey across the sky symbolized the cycle of life and the renewal of the sun each day. Atum, as a sun deity, Atum represented the setting sun, and was associated with creation. He was believed to be the first god emerging from primordial chaos to create the world. Khepri, represented by a scarab beetle, Khepri symbolized the rising sun and rebirth. This aspect of the sun was crucial in the daily cycle of death and renewal, embodying the dawn of each day. Sun worship in ancient Egypt encompassed a rich tapestry of myth, ritual, and societal structure. The reverence for solar deities like Ra, Atum, and Khepri guided medical, agricultural, and religious practices while influencing the architectural grandeur of their temples. This profound connection to the sun reflects not only the practical aspects of life, but also the timeless spiritual and cosmic beliefs that defined ancient Egypt civilization. Profound, divine, and magical. This is where the healers practiced. Healing and health was religion. God was responsible for health. If you had pain, irregular bleeding, etc. from the womb, you would have found yourself in a temple. These temples were designed for the sun to treat you. Heliotherapy was born in these temples of ancient Egypt, long before Rome or Greece was ever imagined. The construction of temples dedicated to sun worship reached its zenith during the 5th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. These structures were unique as they focused exclusively on the worship of Ra. Sun temples typically included open-air worship structures designed to capture sunlight, featuring a central altar and often a benben stone. Notable sun temples included those built by pharaohs Userkaf. All right, so we get into it, right? Okay. I use some unscientific stuff. Hold on. We might need this. The temples played a crucial role in institutionalizing solar therapy and reinforcing the divine authority of the pharaohs. The Wa scepter is the staff of the solar deity, the vitamin D and melatonin superhighway. The sun resuscitates us via the aorta. I found that was the whole story of fibroids. I used some unscientific stuff and discovered some very unscientific findings, right? Now, this is in a past context, so don't think that the whole book is on vitamin D and melatonin, right? But I'm walking you through how I found out this information and how I built the entire protocol for fighting fibroids, et cetera, from scratch, right? I used some unscientific stuff and discovered some very scientific findings. I inspired gynecologists, young holistic healers, young naturopath. That's on top of thousands of people I was able to touch, going bookstore to bookstore, church to church, school to school. Healing people is a blessing, but the blessings multiply exponentially when you start inspiring healers. Even if they steal your research, they can't steal your blessings. These people become your megaphones, your mouthpieces, walking books that share the information so far and wide. Your one voice through the butterfly effect can change the world. You are going to help tell this simple yet powerful truth. The sun, or more correct, cave woman disease is what you ladies have. Yes, I said cave woman. It does not matter your skin tone. You were not supposed to live indoors. We have created a life outside the light. This is toxic. I don't know how crazy this sounds to you, but over the years, science has validated these crazy ideas of mine. We put these sisters on an estrogen fast, started them to doing lower body exercise, and got them out in the midday sun and start shrinking fibroids. Today, I'm a certified naturopathic doctor. Back then, I was just a guy with a dream and a big mouth. While nobody knew where I drew my inspiration from, Egyptian religious texts and biblical texts, my results were remarkable. Here is the fast I created. Avoid these foods for 120 days. Right? Now, all of these foods are estrogen boosting foods. So I know some of them, people always, wait a minute, hold up. What about, I thought the chickpea, it's okay. All of these different foods here can boost your estrogen levels. Right? But this is the program as it was when I came up with it. Right? That was the program. And it's still good. We just know a lot more stuff now. Right? But that was it. Lower body exercises, midday sun, estrogen fast, and momatomics. That was it. Right? And of course, we removed all of the chemical products, right? All of the chemical products, lotions, deodorants, hair products, cheap tampons and pads, all of the above. The thing is, it works so well. In a time just 20 years ago, no one had any science. Women were just having the entire womb removed. We hit the world so hard and tough that doctors had to begin looking into this stuff. Looking into these simple changes. Fibroids were shrinking and in many cases vanishing. A couple of my students from Atlanta, one of which is 21 Savage Dad, were so inspired they decided to strictly focus on spreading this healing. These brothers wound up on the Breakfast Club after healing Angela Yee's best friend. The secret is vitamin D and melatonin. People are just learning about vitamin D and melatonin. People are just learning about vitamin D shrinking fibroids. After this book, I am hoping to add the benefits of melatonin into the Amazon River of life. Induction of apoptosis. Melatonin has been found to selectively trigger apoptosis in fibroid cells, which could aid in reducing their size and number. In preclinical studies, it has been shown to induce both early and late apoptosis in leiomyoma cells. This word right here means fibroid. Just in case you don't know, this is fibroid. Right? Regulation of cell proliferation. Melatonin treatment has demonstrated a dose-dependent inhibitory effect on the proliferation of fibroid cells, suggesting its potential to slow or halt the growth of these tumors. Inhibition of extracellular matrix accumulation. Melatonin has been shown to reduce the accumulation of extracellular matrix components, which are critical for the structural integrity and growth of fibroids. This action helps mitigate the fibrous tissue buildup typical in uterine leiomyomas, right? And of course, we have some journal backup, right? Because it's one thing to hear about it from me. It's another thing to hear about it from some institutional folks, right? But the one thing I wanted to add in is that this was working without us knowing about it. This was working without us knowing about it. So even though back then I didn't know anything about it, right? The world largely didn't know really about melatonin. The most you knew about melatonin back in the early 2000s was that I ain't gonna say no. I don't think anybody knew much about melatonin back then, because most of the people that's online now talking about they healers was the people I was arguing with back then, because they was telling people that their pineal gland was calcified, especially if you was white. If you was a white person or you ate like white bread or dairy products or anything like that, it was like, yeah, you got a calcified pineal gland and you need to take these herbs to decalcify your pineal. I'm like, oh, time out. What is that? What is that right there? That's not science. There's no such a thing. Stop that. Stop telling people that. Who you heard that from? Where you read that at? What studies you got? What? I'm like, no, the pineal gland is supposed to be calcified. I said, what? EnQi, this is pseudo. You just making this up. I was like, okay, let me help you out. There are calcium-based crystals in your pineal gland and inside your ears that are there to help convert sound. Like, wait, what? So a lot of things I was saying, I sounded like an alien. Like they doing these meetings now talking about aliens is coming. The aliens been here. I sounded like an alien telling these people this stuff 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Before there was YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah. But even stuff I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? Because at the time I was pretty advanced and I was telling people that your pineal gland helps to convert, you know, serotonin and melatonin. So at the time, I don't think I even knew yet that melatonin was not only produced from the sun, but all of the cells in your body have the ability to produce their own melatonin, right? So that was a whole vibe. Yeah, that was a whole vibe. Yeah, that was a whole vibe. Man, standing on business. And that was really because, you know, God will lead you sometimes. God will sometimes lead you by your vices. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's what he like? All right, so let's get him to follow this. So, and I'm not talking about liking vagina. Of course, I like, you know, I got a lot of children, but no, I like children. You know what I'm saying? So, I did, you know, I was definitely into studying sex, but also, you know what I'm saying, children. So, for me, the joy, you know what I'm saying, of having a child, so many women was having fibroids, and you know, fibroids increase the risk of everything bad in terms of reproduction. You know what I'm saying? And then I had the other side of my mind filled up with conspiracy theories. I'm like, oh, they trying to depopulate the planet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, we the ops. They trying to depopulate. Well, we gonna be teaching people how to repopulate. You know what I'm saying? So I was I was encouraged that way. But yeah, I didn't even know at the time, just getting people out into the sun was also stimulating melatonin to be produced all throughout the body. And I was telling people to get as naked as possible. Still am. Get as naked as possible, because experiences like that told me, yo, you don't know it all. So like me telling people to get as naked as they can in the midday sun for vitamin D purposes, I'm seeing people having benefits from it. I'm thinking in my mind, yeah, you killed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you killed it. Yeah, they on that vitamin D. You done killed it with the vitamin D. Years later, figure out, yeah, the vitamin D was doing a little something, but most of those benefits wasn't coming from vitamin D. So you technically didn't know what you was talking about, even though you did know what you was talking about. You had something else that was working, which was melatonin. And so now fast forward, we figure out, boom, it's melatonin. But what are we going to find out in another 10 or 20 years, right? How many other things does the sun stimulate in our body that we just don't know about yet? We haven't figured out yet, that we'll find out in the next 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years even. You know what I'm saying? So when you find the right thing that's working, sometimes you got to just keep working it and, you know, just have faith in the fact that it's working. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is working. So I'm not necessarily going to give this up because I may not fully understand how it's working or why, you know what I'm saying? Or even if people are telling me I'm crazy, like, this is working, you know what I'm saying? And then later on, science will catch up, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever the haters, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the Michael Jordan high school, you know, they told Michael Jordan he wasn't that good. Michael made billions. Later on, they found out, oh, he was that good. You know what I'm saying? Like, so sometimes you just gotta not necessarily go on faith, but use the results. You know what I'm saying? Because like we talked about, I think that was last week, they just came up with this new concept called evidence-based medicine. So now you hear a lot of websites and platforms talking about evidence-based medicine. Yo, I swear to God, every time I mention this, I gotta laugh. Because I'm like, yo, how is it that y'all just came up with evidence-based medicine in the 80s or the 90s? Like, the very concept of practicing medicine is supposed to be, so like people say that to discourage people from, you know, like trusting doctors. You know what I'm saying? I don't, right? I trust doctors, surgeons. You need doctors and surgeons. I'm talking about medical doctors, surgical doctors. It's just, you need to be educated on your body so you know how to limit them to only what they need it for. You know what I'm saying? But so most of the problem is user error when it comes to doctors. But people will use terms like, well, the doctors, they just practicing. You know what I'm saying? And that's all you can do. You got to learn as you go, because nobody knows the whole depth of the human body, the relationship of the body to the earth, the relationship of the body to the sun, to the stars. Like, every year goes by, we learn more, right? But intrinsic to the idea of practicing anything, right? Chase got to go practice basketball. You got to assume that you learning from your mistakes. Like, oh, yeah, my shot, right, it wasn't, okay, my form was a little off, so yeah, I should. So the fact that medicine been going on all this time and they just invented this new thing called evidence-based medicine in the 80s and 90s is crazy. Because that means all this time up until then, y'all have been doing non-evidence-based medicine. And that is largely one of the downsides to capitalism, right? That is one of the downsides to an atheist-based capitalism. I think capitalism needs to have God associated with it. And I think that's why In God We Trust was on the money, right? After I done went all the way down, I done scuba dived all the way down all the conspiracy theories. I think the reason why In God We Trust was put on the money originally is because you have to have God involved with capitalism. You have to have it. You have to have some sort of moral fabric. You have to have some sort of check and balance, an intrinsic checks and balance system that you, because if your checks and balances become, if your checks and balances become checks and balances, society is going to spiral down. And that's where we're at right now. Our checks and balances have become checks and balances, which is the big problem. So anything that makes money now is the thing. That's the evidence. So if they make a medicine and they make a lot of money off of it, well, that's the checks and balances. Clearly, this medicine working. Even if nobody's getting healed or cured or anything, we made a lot of money off that. We need to double down and sell some more. Right? Did y'all see the story that they did, the documentary on opioids and how opioids got crazier and crazier? When people first started getting addicted to opioids, they started the actual opioids company. They started telling doctors it's because they were not prescribing a high enough dosage of opioids to the people. So literally, the reason why people are acting crazy and acting like they fiending to get more pills is because they weren't getting enough pills. And so if you gave them more pills, then they would stop needing so much pills. Opioid crisis begins, right? So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But anyway, so here's some we back up all our stuff with some scientific journal stuff, right? Okay, so then we move along, right? We move along and we get over here to cruciferous. Cruciferous. This is also one of the tools that I added after the original protocols, right? Cruciferous vegetables, right? Cruciferous means bearing a cross, right? Cross bearing, right? So I thought that was very interesting, right? Bearing a cross, cruciferous, right? So you got cruciferous vegetables, very interesting. It just so happens to be these are probably, if I had to group a category of vegetables as the most healthy, if I had to take a group of vegetables and say these are the most healthy vegetables, like if I got to be stuck on an island and I got to pick a group of vegetables that's going to be the most healthy vegetables and keep everybody healthy, because we can't take everything. So if I got to choose a group of vegetables strictly for health effects, cruciferous vegetables. So now, the fact that those are like the Jesus vegetables, there's that. Clearly, the vegetables was here first. So we're not saying that the vegetables is named after Jesus or the crucifixion, I'm just saying, figure that out, right? There's always some weird anomalies that pop up if you look closely enough, right? So anyway, there's that, right? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, crucifix. We goes all the way deep down into the definitions. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Characteristics of cruciferous plants. Flower structure. The flowers typically have 4 petals arranged in a cross shape. Common examples: broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage, kale, Brussels sprouts. Nutritional value: cruciferous vegetables are praised for their health benefits and nutritional content. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Antioxidant properties. They help combat oxidative stress in the body, promote an overall health. Cruciferous vegetables contain various bioactive compounds, particularly glucosinolates. Upon consumption, glucosinolates break down. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of that word, so do not quote me. Glucosinolates break down into several active compounds, including isothiocyanates. Now, that's how that word is pronounced. Glucosinolates, the jury's still out on that. You might want to Google that pronunciation. Right? But isothiocyanates, right? Goat level, right? Known to modulate estrogen metabolism. ITCs can alter estrogen levels in the body, potentially leading to a more favorable balance of estrogen metabolites. Indoles, specifically indole 3-carbinol, has been shown to possess anti-estrogenic effects, influencing estrogen activity by affecting its metabolism and receptor binding. Did Chase leave yet?
No, I'm leaving at 10.
Oh. Okay, good. Hold on. Let me yeah, bok choy is a good one. Yeah, bok choy is a good one.